Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another weekend edition of the WardiTV Monday number 22. We might be a little bit late here, but it's fine. Papi, it's fine. We did miss out on the first round, and now we're here with round number 2. We're here with the beginning of the broadcast. Welcome one more. I'm of course just live VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, by my plushies, as well as we are jumping into our round of 32 match. And spawning in the top right hand corner of the cross line, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Diamond Gladiators. It is SHIN. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the Red Protoss. It is a Trigger Basilisk. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat as we get our Gamba going. And as SHIN moves out with his drone. Hello. Ay. As here we go, SHIN will go for his own hatch gas pool initially here, but initially does go in for his hatch first. Likewise has a drone ready for the hatch block across the map and will go for it, thankfully after throwing down his own hatchery, of course, but before his gases is moving in. But Trigger's in position, and Trigger, he will save his own natural. I mean, I say that the probe does take a lot of hits, does take a lot of damage. There we go, gas pool here, back at home. Stay in the opener. SHIN, he does force down the probe, he does delay the expansion, but only by a couple of seconds here, nothing too major. He was set up for a hatch block, but alas, Trigger does expand. We're good, we are. So likewise, all the attempted gas steal, oh my god. Does attempt the gas steal, is denied. Shin gonna be forced out of the bases here. Now we can settle into our game. Potentially we'll set up a proxy hatch. Oh, there we go. Hatchery in the main. Trigger, he should be where? He should be where the drone is missing. The drone is missing. The drone should be here. He's checking, he's looking, and he will find the hatchery. Trigger, he's all over this. Oh my god, time and time again. He does scout, does confirm, does get eyes on Shin, and Shin, does he commit here to the hatchery? Back at him, he's still just droning up, making queens, making more workers here. We have 2 lings on the way, but no major commitment here, so this should be denied. This should be cancelled. Here we go. As again, the base is underway. There's a Stargate. For now, we can just kind of like settle into our game here. I do apologize for going live a little bit late. We did go live a couple of minutes later than we expected to. Basically, I was getting ready for the stream, getting ready for the cast. I made that classic mistake of lying down in bed, and I passed the hell out. And I didn't think I would need, you know, an alarm, so there was no alarm. I just passed out, and I woke up at like what, 10 minutes past the hour. Oh god. I'm good to go, baby. And as you can hear, like I'm still waking up. Oh god. We're good though, we're good. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Let's go. Oh, share my papi, share my. We're good. And again, when it comes to the tournament itself, we did miss out on the first round. We're actually here in the round of 16, so we're jumping into round 16. We did miss out on round 32, but outside of that, nothing major. We're good to go back. Good to go. As we have our Stargate open, Oracle going to be certain away. Behind this, we do have our third base in production. Trigger is in position. Lings, they do attempt to delay. They dive on top of the base, but they're in position, and the Oracle does race back home. Despite that, probe is going to go down. The depths, they should fall as well. Oh, flush pickups, but the base is safe. The base is safe and sound. Trigger does hold on. Does hold, does maintain himself. Behind this, 430 Roachhorn on the way for Shin. Setting up his Roachhorn. Alright, we're playing this out safe. No rushing to a faster lair. Queens are a little bit exposed. No transfuse. Oh no! There's no transfuse here. 1, 2 queens going to be going down. Massive pickups. Oh. Uh-oh. Okay, we get a little bit concerned there for a moment. Well, as both queens go down by diving into the mineral line. 4 more drone kills. 5 more drone kills. And the oracles, they will back off. They will escape. So very nice damage here from Trigger. Shin taking a lot of losses. The oracles get low, but for the most part, Trigger, yeah, he does defend. He attacks, he defends. Is all over this. +1 and Blink on the way behind this as well for Trigger. Is just settling behind this. So far, I mean, Trigger's economy has been for the most part left untouched. 3 probes going down. That's all that has fallen. And from here, with his lead, I wouldn't be surprised if he does go for a gateway explosion. We'll keep an eye on Trigger as gateways are on the way. No gases yet at the third. I'm referring to a 3-base 8-gate all-in. Speaking of, oracles are being active, stalkers are reinforcing. And he is getting up to 6 gates so far. Only 6. There we go. Gases are being taken. Trigger, he is taking up. Okay, so thankfully he's taking. From here, you can go into Charge, you can go into Storm, you can go into Colossus. You can head a couple of different ways. Head into a couple of different directions. So he's rotating over. Shin going for a counter attack at the same time, though. Trigger is here to deny the expansion. They should be able to. Yeah, there's no saving there. Shin, he knows it. Moves out instead. He gets spotted by the Oracle. There we go. Getting him to 8 gates. Lings, they do step in though. Yeah, the wall's on the wall. They force a recall. But Trigger, he defends. Trigger, he defends. He's ahead. Again, he denies the 4th base. Shin is still stuck on 3 bases. From here, Trigger can expand. And Trigger, we have his splash damage of choice. Storm. So we go. Storm is being researched. So far, Trigger looking solid. Like he's been in control of almost this entire game. It's been all over this. The Oracles are low, but hey, they're still alive. Oh, that's a kill, not a cancel. 4th base goes down for a 2nd time, and Shin, he's up against the wall here. He's hurting, he's in trouble. He's got a good Mantling Hydra. Stasis goes off, catches out all the Lings. The Lings, they get caught out. She just can't engage, not like this. Does catch a Stalker though, not bad. Gets 1 Stalker so far. That's all he's gotten. 4th base now being retaken. Trigger being forced back once again. This Trigger does pull back home in time. Storm is done. He's got how many? 5 High Templar? 6 even. 6 High Templar, plenty of Storms. Now his 4th base is going to be denied thanks to all these Lings. It's delayed at least a couple of times. But it's more devastating here that Shin has been stuck on 3 bases for as long as he has been. As a result, Trigger, he has the larger army. More robust force. Storm going to be going over the Lings. Lings, they melt. And these Hydras, they just cannot take those Storms. Have to back off, have to retreat. He has some Sky Toss on the way. I mean, Trigger, he can kind of go wherever he pleases from here. Is ahead. And I don't think this army can be stopped, I'll be honest. There's a couple of roaches. Oh, the Storm's going to be moving off here on the Hydras. Base goes down for the 3rd time. That's the 2nd kill. Oh, where are the Storms? Storm's a little bit late. 1 High Templar goes down. Lings at the same time, they bust in. They get 5 probe kills. There we go. The Archons are forced to morph in. Shin, he's going to be able to hold on here. And Trigger, he was left unattended. Bleed out the Archons. That was the best fight that Shin could have hoped for, is catching out all the High Templar, but here comes 2 more Stargates and Skytoss. Here comes the Skytoss here for Trigger. And the reality is that Trigger doesn't have to try to kill Shin. Like, Trigger, he's far enough ahead. He's killed the 4th base 3 times already. It's crazy. 3 times. We have Lunkers on the way. But it's not about the Lunkers anymore. It's not about the ground toss. It's about the sky. So we're waiting for that carrier production. Just building up that gas. Shin can try to break Trigger before he gets into Sky Toss. True. Good move in. Can try to move in. The Lunkers are getting in position. As they push towards the bases. There's the first Lightning Storm. Yeah, the Storms are buying time. Trigger, he attempted to sell around by, gets caught out. Both armies are maxing. Trigger still lacking any kind of carry reinforcements. Diving on the roaches though. Yeah, better engage here for Trigger. As long as he doesn't push into those lurkers. He has mainly a Zealot composition here. He's just making 1 Tempest. There we go. More Tempest on the way. is what we're waiting for, but the Tempest are late. And now late for Trigger. SHIN is pushing in, denying mining time and getting himself the base. And can he kill the expansion? Looks like he can. Looks like he will. SHIN, he's still in this. Takes down the base, denies the fourth. And he will have to get the hell out of here without losing too many lurkers. Let's pull away. And it pulls back. Storm's popping up. Oof, a lot of lurkers are going down. But does at least get his own fourth up and running. And again, this like schedule transition was late for Trigger. But a big reason for it was his fourth base was delayed. If you remember, like his fourth base was delayed twice, I want to say. It wasn't canceled, but the Link's room position to deny the base at least. Oh! Almost catching out a Tempest. Almost. He rotates, fourth base is exposed. I mean, hey, this is the biggest thing about Frostline. We bring this up all the time, how exposed the fourth is. And the last Trigger, he's out of position. SHIN is fighting back. Let's go. He wants that fourth. He's like, yeah, how do you like it? Just never being able to expand. There's a cancel. Denying the fourth base once again. And despite the advantage that Trigger had this game, and he did have a large advantage, it is slipping away. It is now slipping away. I do still favor Trigger's army in a head-on fight, which is why SHIN isn't fighting head-on. But he has denied the space enough. Oh. The Oracle's a Thidal, no! The Oracle's a Thidal, 3 Oracles going down. Nice pickups here from SHIN. Trigger getting caught out. Army forced to respond. Yeah, you can see here a bit of an awkward movement out of Trigger. Is out of position. Save his base though. Catching out these roaches. And now we just see SHIN, he's got his fifth base up and running. We have the Spire done here, getting into Corruptors, getting anti-air. SHIN is refining his army, going into Hydra, Lurker, Corruptor, Viper. We have a game. Now, what's terrifying here is that SHIN did a great job at denying the fourth base for as long as he did, but now it's up. Now it's up and running. Now Trigger has a fourth. Now Trigger is maxed. And as both armies max out, I do favor our Protoss player here initially. How many Corruptors? 21. Okay, that's all the Corruptors. We have 21 Corruptors. That is a good answer here to the Tempest. There aren't that many Archons on the ground. A lot of it will come down to the army movement. SHIN is pushing through the top side. He gets spotted. Does get spotted. There's a cloak. Corruptors, they dive on top of the Tempest. Nice stasis. Yeah, stasis goes off, but the surround here for the Corruptors. They will shut down the mothership and the Tempest thereafter. There's what, 3 Tempests left. And yeah, there's not enough anti-air, not enough Archons. Corruptors, they reset the Tempest. But at the same time, the Zealots, oh my god. 17 runes going down the entire mineral line. A very nice Zealot run by. On the one hand, SHIN, he reset the Sky Toss. On the other hand, though, we'll lose the entire economy here. Likewise, Trigger, he does maintain his ground army as well. Does maintain it. Morphing in more Archons. Yeah, he does need more support. Just now shutting down those Lings. SHIN rotating over. Up. He's trying to force his way into the base. Yeah, Spine Shot's going up. Nexus under fire. Our last trigger, he's out of position. And the base may just go down. Is expanding towards the south as well, though. Is getting it back up forth. Trigger, he does maintain his army. But he needs this mineral line. He needs this economy. Oh, never mind. He's trying to catch a SHIN. He's trying to catch him out. Trying to cut him off. He has so many immortals. Jesus. Speaking of, decent arc for the lurkers. Yeah, they're going to be going down one after the other. Observer gets sniped. Does get the observer. No detection. Oh, the lurker. Oh my god. We got a revelation. That was a rough move command. Yeah, SHIN, he will barely take the fight. Yeah, lurkers are going down again. Zero detection for trigger. He had the one observer. And SHIN is remaxing. Trigger needs more time. Trigger has somewhat of a bank here, but yeah, Lassie just cannot maintain these bases. Frostline strikes again back. Trigger just cannot expand, cannot maintain any of these fringe locations. Next is going to be going down. Okay, we talk about how isolated the third, the fourth, the fifth base are from each other. I bring up just how difficult it is to maintain a fourth. Here, Trigger trying to get a fifth base. Even more so. Once again, moving in. Trigger, he needs more time. There's no storms. And no storms for Trigger. Let's try to morph in. Let's go to stasis. It's going to be shutting down. I'm trying to hold the line. Rebuilding the northern base. Trigger needs a little bit more time to recover. Corruptors, they run into the Archons. Corruptor's going to be going down. It takes down every single Corruptor. SHIN overextends. Up, lunges in. Takes down the Tempest. Resets the Tempest cast nonetheless. Does reset the Tempest. 3 Hydras, 8 9 mining, 8 probes going down. Ooh, Trigger does wander into lurkers. He will lose his Archons. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol from Trigger is just being pulled apart. And it looks like SHIN, he has broken Trigger. It was a very tense, very back and forth game. Where initially Trigger did have a lead, did have a massive advantage, but alas, that lead did slip through his fingers. Advantage in favor of SHIN. Jiggles some massive storms, nice decents around as well. Detection has arrived, but it looks like it's not going to be enough. The lurkers, they hold their own. They shut down the immortals. And SHIN, he's done it. He has done it. There's the one Tempest left over. Nexus under fire, denies the warp in. And Trigger, he has nothing left. He's down to 1 Tempest. The 1 Tempest back. SHIN's rotating. Oh. Storm pops off. Massive storming on the lurkers. Trigger, he does save his 4th, at least, but he did lose his 5th. Lost his whole army. And SHIN is free to just remax and rejoin. Lost some mineral line earlier, but outside of that, there hasn't really been anything slowing him down. Trigger, the boys are here. Getting a little bit desperate. Needs any kind of money he can get his hands on. Nah, it's not gonna happen. 6 probe kills. Forced to pull away. The Vipers have arrived. And now we have some spellcasters. Now SHIN isn't just trying to brute force it. Not this time. Oh, gets a yoink. It's 1 Tempest so far. Powerbomb the Observer. Let's go. Does Powerbomb. Bungles one with the Tempest. Bungles the other. 1 Tempest left. When I say 1, up, up. Oh my god, GG gets called. Barely survives, but SHIN, he will take game number 1. He will break through and have a very, very intense comeback. GG. GG, well played. SHIN, he will take a lead in the series. And again, Trigger had a very strong start here as well. Trigger, remember, he had denied the fourth base 3 times, had killed it twice as well. Was able to be the first to secure his own 4th base. Sorry, secure his own 3rd base. But if you remember, he was also late to secure his 4th. He didn't quite have the biggest lead. He tried to transition into Skytoss, but it took a while for that to really kick in as well. He had his like 3 Stargates I'm running for a while, and yeah, it took a while for it to really get going. And we saw the turns quickly table. Once Trigger kind of let up on the aggression, we saw that SHIN just gave Trigger such a hard time expanding and establishing any kind of 4th base and 5th thereafter. GG. GG, well played. Whew. We're now getting into game number 2. Here we go. So we are jumping into our next game. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Leylines, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is SHIN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Basilisk, down in the series. We'll see if we can bounce back and force the ace match. It is a Trigger. The turns quickly tabled indeed. They did. They tabled all over the place. It was crazy. It's crazy. But part of that is also the map itself. Like we spoke about it, we should have emphasized it a little bit more at the start of the game, but Frostline is known for just having very exposed and very indefendable bases. I'm referring to the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th base on Frostline that can be very difficult to hold on to. So as soon as you lose momentum, like you lose control of the map, you lose control of your bases, things can very quickly go south. That is not as applicable here on Leylines. Welcome one more to Leylines. Here, these bases are much more defendable. Unlike on Frostline, we have more choke points, we have more ramps as well. It is easier to defend your 4 and 5 base economy here, and as a result, it is easier to get into a longer back and forth game state, getting to max out armies, splitting the map in half as well, and getting to that sky toss. So we should be seeing a very different dynamic here. Very different. Likewise, the map is also smaller. Leylines, I mean, is also smaller. So once you do get a little bit of momentum going your way, you can try to press that even further. True. But here we go. Here we go. For now, Hatch Gas will standard opener. This time, as a reminder, I mean, we had a crazy attempted proxy hatch out of SHIN last game and some shenanigans going on. This time, just Hatch Gas Pool. Standard opener, no drone across the map, no gas steal, no hatch block, no proxy. Not this time. So now we are going to be settling in. I don't really expect Trigger to deviate too much. As a reminder, he played pretty standard last game. He did play Stargate opener into a 3rd base into +1 blink. We expect more of the same, but we'll keep an eye on Trigger. He isn't really one to shake things up too much. As the initial depth is moving out. Could be testing the waters. We'll look to poke in. And likewise, last game we also saw SHIN play relatively standard as well. I mean, after the early game, we saw him just go Ling into Hydra into Lurker tech. Did go for the safety Roach Warren, which he kind of made use of, but not really. Didn't come any corners. Now, something that SHIN is known for is going into fast Spyro tech and going into meter switches. If he can get away with it, he will embrace it. So we'll see when he does get into his lair. For now, we're just chilling. Just backing up. More depths have arrived. Again, Stargate opener into the Oracle. The Oracle is here. Now Trigger can poke in. It's going to be on SHIN to keep up. Taking down tumors. Gaining map control. SHIN has got his lings so far, keeping up with the shades. Hasn't lost anything yet. Queens are here. A bit of a brutal supply block as SHIN does make 4 overlords. Does slow him down. And so far, nice and out of the creep. That's going to be all the active tumors going down towards the top side. Into the third. 2 drones, not bad. Does take a bit of hold damage though. Has to pull away. There's, as I say, the transition. Third base into a Forge and a Twilight Council. Gateways behind us as well. Everything looking so far as it should. Oh, my apologies. Did miss out on the Evo Chamber. So faster Evo Chamber into plus on melee. Typically, this means that SHIN is going to be skipping his Roach Warren. We'll see if he does delay it completely, or just skip it completely, or just delays. And this should be for Ling Hydra. Oh! Ooh, as Trigger does overextend. Massive pickup. Oracle goes down. Gets 3 more drones. But now down to 2 Oracles. Again, Oracles, they provide so much utility here in this matchup, as we saw previously. So Trigger now down to 2. Lair is on the way. No Roach Warren. So again, should just be Ling Hydra. It's 1 more drone. Slings a harass across the map. They force the army back home. And it is +1 and blink. So standard follow-up. Trigger's going to be active. Again, this time with 1 less Oracle. So his push is going to be not as effective, not as impactful as it was previously. Lanes are building up. Lair is almost done. This should be for the Hydra Den. So rush into Ling Hydra. Catching the Overlord. Moving in. The Queens. So far, trying to maintain this position, but last stage traps are going to get baited out. Links from behind. We'll force Trigger back. And here comes that Hydra Den. And so far, SHIN, he has gone away with this. It is quite greedy to skip your roaches in such a way and to cut corners, but so far, SHIN looking good. Ooh, going for both actually. Bold move. Is going into Ling Hydra, don't get me wrong. We have Hydra speed on the way, but there is that Spire. We did mention at the start of the game how SHIN, he is one to dive into mutas when at all possible. I would say this is very greedy here. So typically, if we see muta play out of SHIN, he does go Roaches first, as he will have a robust ground army. But here, it's going to be quite expensive to invest into both Hydras and mutas as well. So again, bold move. Now this should be, oh, as he does deny the 4th. Nice pickup. Trigger out of position. But when it comes to the Spire, this should just be mutas to harass. I'm referring to like 6, maybe 7 mutas. Enough to one-shot probes. But it shouldn't be going mass muta. As things are coming from behind, Stasis is going to be triggered. And Trigger will get surrounded, and Stalkers are going down. Massive losses. Ay, ay, ay. Even before we get into the mutas, SHIN, he's all over this. Shuts down the Stalkers. The 4th base is exposed. And Trigger, he's in trouble. SHIN collapses on the base. It's going to be denied. Again, Trigger just dropping so much rune supply from earlier. Storm is not done. And SHIN is going for the kill. Goes for the dive. Up. Denies High Templar, forces the warp in. Archon's gonna be shut down, no storms. And he's just zoning Trigger away. Behind us, we have 10 meters in production. We don't even need them. But why not? Why not? 14 meters even. Stalker's being pinned back. Lings, they bust into the mineral line. Getting 5 probes. Trigger, he will hold on. But he's not ready for what comes next. Even have a... Let's go, we have a Void Ray on the way. The Panic Void Ray. As Muse, they move out. So far, completely unscattered. Let's catch on the Hydras. They should be cleaned up. But alas, the Natural's exposed. So we're not ready for the Mutas. Mutas are revealed. Probes are going down. Trigger, he does have anti-air. He can try to keep up. As behind this SHIN, he has made the decision to just go mass muta. He's just making mass muta at this point. Now, personally, I didn't think he would because he got +1 range, but never mind. He's going straight to just straight up Ling muta. Ooh. Storm pops up. Oh my god, the storms! SHIN, calm down! Does get surrounded? Yes, a rough movement here. 27 probes go down, but for a lot of mutas. That was what, 8 mutas going down. Muta count cut in half. And there we go. Now back into Hydras. A little bit. Lurker Den's on the way. Yeah, he's switching back into Hydra Lurker. I would say he did maybe invest too hard into these mutas. Going in once again. Trigger's pushing. The mutas are not going to help here in the defense. Uh-oh. SHIN is in a bit of trouble here. These mutas are so fragile. And in comes Trigger. And SHIN is going for the counterattack. He's going for the base trade. Mutas at the 4th. Lings at the 3rd. And Trigger is pushing in. He doesn't care. Not anymore. We're going full base trade. Zeltite, do you find him in our line? Drone's going down. Zeltite diving towards that natural. Catching up more mutas. We have some army back at home. As SHIN is backing up. And he's losing so much. 48 drone kills. 29 workers. He's racing back home. He recognizes he cannot break the natural. It's not going to happen. He's racing back home. Still plenty of storms. Lings, they clean up the zealots. Do we have a recall? As Trigger, he kills 2 bases. 2 bases, 49 drones. That's still a terrifying army. And again, these mutas, they can't touch this. They just cannot touch the main army. It's not going to happen. Lurkers are morphing in as we speak. 2 base versus 2 base. Oh. SHIN does have a 3rd, but no saturation. Just for larva. And again, currently I do favor Trigger in a head-on fight, but that is only without the lurkers. Lurker count is building up over time. Oh my god. Brutal storm. Storm pops off. How many lurkers do we have? We have 5. 5 lurkers so far. That's okay, but it's not going to be enough. Needs to build up a higher lurker count, or just drone. Really both. Lings are forced back. And Trigger, he takes a lead. He's defending his 3rd base. His main army is looking very robust. I would say that SHIN is still very vulnerable to a push. Again, in the end, SHIN, these mutas, they hurt him more than they helped him. I'm still okay with the first wave of mutas, but like he just doubled out. he just kept going. Which delayed his lurkers, delayed his hydras, of course, delayed any of his ground army. Now going for the hive. Saturating his own 3rd. Oh! And right now, the name of the game here for SHIN is buy time. He has to buy as much time as possible. Up, forcing out storms. One meter goes down. But again, SHIN, he needs to just keep this army busy for as long as he can. Morphing in more lurkers. More lurkers on the way. Trigger, he breaks out. SHIN, he's in trouble. There's the first revelation. Trigger moving in. Oh, does catch one, does get both oracles. Nice control out of SHIN. Snipes both oracles, things, they come in for a run by, they bust into the mineral line. Trigger, does he turn around? Uh-oh. He does, he recalls back home. Massive move here for SHIN. Does force the recall, buying time. And as time goes on, what do we have? The hive is done, lurker range on the way. More lurkers as well. SHIN is being forced back. SHIN trying to reposition. So far is keeping up. Still very much on a knife's edge. Where's the section? Lurker's gonna be popping up. Hydras again for the dive. Oh my god, the storms! The mutas, they just go down. The mutas melt. The boys are being pulled. And Trigger, he takes this. He will still take this. Despite buying all that time, doesn't matter. The deathable of an army breaks through. Mutas go down, the base, the mineral line. And SHIN plummets in supply. Yeah, did not buy enough time. Trigger's army was still just terrifying. And SHIN is down to what? He's down to 6 lurkers and nothing else really. 6 lurkers, 2 hydras, a handful of lings. Yeah, we're gonna take this to the ace match. As long as Trigger, there we go, gets some detection. There's a revelation. Unleash some of these lurkers. And there it is. GG gets called. There's nothing left. And Trigger, he will tap the series. We are going to the ace match. Whew, GG. We're going all the way to game 3. Again, SHIN had a very strong start to this game, not gonna lie. If you remember, he was able to cripple the economy, able to engage with the main army as well. If you recall, he was doing even well before the mutas hit the field. And they did well for themselves, getting to the natural, getting into the main base, getting some economic damage. But we saw that SHIN, he made the decision after the initial wave of mutas to double down. He got into +1 range, sorry, +1 air attack, I should emphasize. Got into +1 air attack, and he made 15 more mutas after the initial wave of mutas. He just doubled down, committed to mass muta initially. Then afterwards, he realized that it wasn't quite going to work out. That was after he took a massive storm to the face. After he got caught out, then he started his lurker den. So it was a very late lurker den for SHIN. Late lurker den, late transition back into hydras, and that's when Trigger moves out. With that GG, well played. Whew. We are getting into the ace match, and we'll see how this story ends as we're going to be loading into El Dorado. Let's go. Here we go. Oh, my apologies. Do I not have them set up? But big shout out to Sort of. How did I miss that? What's that? My apologies. I did miss that on the stream. But thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. And welcome one and all from Sort of's channel. Sorry, I just woke up, so yeah, I'm a little bit out of it. Did miss the notification, but thank you so much. Hope you guys had a great time. Hope you guys had a great stream, and welcome one and all to the WardiTV Monday number 22. And we are jumping into the ace match, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is SHIN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. But yeah, I do apologize. I straight up missed it. I missed the notification. I don't know what happened. Oh my god. But thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, just settling in. Here we go. Catching up. I think roaches to defend the soul time with the one thing side patch last match. You can defend without roaches, so I would disagree with that. Again, especially referring to the last game, the transition to lurkers was delayed. It was a big delay there for SHIN. But now though, is going for his pull first. Pull into hatchery into gas, guys. With this early pull timing, we'll see if SHIN can get some damage done across the map. But the probe should be able to confirm. And trigger should be okay. Yeah, as he gets eyes on the spawning pool. We have 2 lings in production. Trigger setting up. And welcome one and all to El Dorado. El Dorado, of course, having a short rush distance by air. We have goal bases that can factor in. We can expand towards each other, reduce the time it takes even further. The rush distance by ground, I mean. And there are definitely some quirky strategies you can go for here on El Dorado as well. We've seen a lot of Nidus play, for example. Spire and Muta play can be quite effective. Rushing into these goal bases and going to like 3 base all-ins. Not unheard of. So we'll see. See how we do open up. Again, we expect more of the same out of Trigger, just going for, you know, his blink, his +1 into Storm. Into a 4-base setup. Our eyes are going to be the one SHIN. And after what happened in the last game, I don't expect to Spire again, I'll be honest. Even though we have seen Muta play pop off on El Dorado, I imagine we're going to be sticking with the ground this time. We'll see. Here we go. It's going to be that Stargate into Oracle. SHIN setting up. We'll take his third. Going for the triangular third base, getting access to the southern half of the map. Oracle is on the way. So far, we commit to the shade. Oh my god. Does commit. Gets 1, gets 2. Gets not quite up to 3. Just 2 drones. 2 drones to 2 adepts. Not the best trade here from Trigger, as he will bleed out, yeah, both adepts. Aye. Not gonna lie, I'm a little bit shocked that he committed. I was surprised. From here, SHIN gains map control, moves out. Sure, he of course can still be active with his oracles, but the initial oracle is gonna be stuck at home. Protecting the third. Trigger going for the linear expansion. Oh, hello. As we are going for a Robo and Forge before Twilight Council. Alright, Trigger. Let him cook, Pappy. Let him cook. What do you have for us? As with this faster Robo, we can end up headed towards Prism into Archon play. Assuming we go for a Twilight Council momentarily. Oh, meanwhile, 4 drones going to be going down. The Oracle does escape. Whew. Does get away. Otherwise, this could just be a Robo into a Bay into Colossus. Into a more old school style. It's a rare sight, but yeah, not unheard of. For now, Lings, they do get plus around. 2 adepts do full. Threading the third base. And show us that Bay. Second row, oh my, okay. Let's go. So I was expecting this to be a more old school like altitude or showtime kind of build, going Robo into Bay into Colossus into a +2 timing with like 4 Colossus. I was not expecting the second Robo. So Trigger going into, I would imagine, Master Immortal here into into 1/1 upgrades. He's going double Forge. That's crazy. Okay. Earlier I was like, yeah, Trigger, he doesn't usually like deviate from the norm Doesn't mix things up too much, but yeah, there it is. Immortal production has begun. Now, with this style trigger, he's going to be stuck at home for the near future. What I mean by that here, it's going to take a while for him to build up. I would imagine he won't want to move out without like a robust amount of immortals. I'm referring to like at least 6. Likewise, his own tech, his upgrade is going to be delayed. I'm referring to the Twilight Council, whether it's charge, which, I mean, this should be charged alongside Archon production as well. This is going to be delayed. It's going to be later. It means that trigger, he's completely foregoing map control. And really any kind of map presence. He has these 2 oracles to scouts, but he can't really punish any of the bases. He cannot go for any kind of harass. Trigger, he's turtling up back at home essentially, which means Trigger, he won't see the Spire. Yeah, Trigger, he has on scouted this. We do have a Roach opener initially here for SHIN. Go for Roaches, into Spire, into Mutaplay. I do think this is going to be a little more impactful this time here for SHIN, bearing in mind it's charged, which means there's no Blink Stalkers, right? There's no Blink Stalkers here to keep up. We should be working towards Archon and Storm, that is true. But these mutas have potential. Likewise, because of the Roach opener, the Grand Army is going to be a little bit more robust. More so than the Ling Hydra of the previous game. They attempt to dive in, they go for the surround. Oh no! The Immortals get caught out. Massive pig off, they force a recall. And the Immortals, they will be saved just barely. Whew. Immortals, they get away. Calm down. But again, Trigger, he's stuck at home. He's stuck at home. And here come the mutas. And again, the anti-air is very limited here for Trigger. I mean, he has nothing. Like, nothing shoots up. There's Oracles, there's Immortals, there's Zealots. And then we go 2 Archons and 1 Stalker. This is the anti-air. And I guess the cannons as well. But there's no cannons in the main, no cannons in the natural. Again, this is unscouted. The gold base is being taken. This is the rough thing about this build as well, is that because Trigger is turtling and because it's being hyper defensive, building up his Immortals, it means that SHIN, he's free to take the gold. To take both gold bases. So the economy here is booming for SHIN. And here come the mutas. Mutas, they dive into the main, take down the cannon, they bust into the mineral line, probes are going down. And, I mean, there's 2 Archons, yes, but that's all there is. Yeah, 15 probe kills, 2 more Archons on the way. Mutas are stacking up. Oh, God, Jesus. Mutas do stack. Brutal damage. That was how many? That was 5 mutas going down. But still 23 probe kills. And this time, we're not making more mutas. Again, I was a little bit critical of SHIN last game, going into 30 mutas and just committing. This time he doesn't. This time he's committing here to a ground army, into Hydra tech, into Lurker tech. So SHIN is a little more tempered this time. He's like, you know what, I'm doing damage, but I'm not going to commit, thankfully. Doesn't commit. Hydra range on the way, +2. Hive is in production as well. And SHIN is maxed. SHIN, he's maxing out. Mutas, they're only here to harass. And here comes the move out. Now, on the one hand, the mutas did a little of economic damage, that's true. On the other hand, this entire time, remember, Trigger has been building up the Immortal counts. And how many Immortals do we have? 8. 8 Immortals. 4 Archons. No Storm. But with this many Immortals, you can break through a Lurker line. I mean, there aren't even any Lurkers. SHIN is maxed, but SHIN, he has to trade. Like, SHIN, he's building up a bank, but he's not doing anything with it. Yeah, SHIN, this is gonna be a little bit worrisome for him. Does go for a Ling Rumbai. He does distract Trigger. Trigger's being forced back. Mutas hit the mineral line. Lings hit the 4th. Trigger, he races back home. But right now, SHIN, he needs to trade. Because SHIN, he has a bank and he has to remake. He has to remake. He has to rebuild. He has to pick up an Archon at a time. An Immortal at a time. Lurker Den is only halfway done. And that Lurker Den is late. Typically, you want your Lurker Den finishing up alongside your Hive. The Hive has been done for a while. And the Lurker Den is not. Taking it to a greater spot. He's crazy. Crater Spire as well. Oh my god. I mean, if given time, then sure. Like, this is still a bit of an A-move army that Trigger has. Again, it's purely Hydra here for SHIN. He's waiting for Storm. Storm is done in a couple of seconds. Muse is distracting. Lynx as well. SHIN is making room for the Lurkers. Lurker Den is done. We need the Lunkers. We need them. Here comes Trigger. Again, this time with Storm. And we need as many Lurkers as possible here. Trigger taking up towards Skytos. Mining through the central location. He rotates in. SHIN maxing out with Corruptor. Uh-oh. Bob post forward. Oof, we'll take a storm to the face. So SHIN, his win condition here is to buy time for Broodlords, which is risky. This is a risky move here from SHIN. But so far, it is paying off. Just to buy as much time. There it is. 8 Broodlords on the way. Can he get away with it? Trigger does hit the gold. Going for a base trade. SHIN going for a counterattack instead. He knows he cannot engage with the main army. Takes down the Prism. Takes down the 4th. Trigger keeps pushing. Keeps moving in. Broodlords, they finish up just in time. Yeah, the Broodlords are ready. And SHIN, he will be able to defend. What's the anti-air? The Archons. And they're going down one after the other. 3 Archons left. And SHIN, he does it. He will lose these bases. But what's the anti-air? That's a couple units that get behind. We have 9 Broodlords. There are Tempest on the way, true. There are Tempest in production. That's what the Corruptors are for. God, they look so scaly. They've got that like sea skin. Sea skin? Underwater skin? You know what I mean. Shit is moving in. Or maybe not. Maybe they're just that much more shiny right now. As they do push forward. Diving on the Immortal. Tempests have arrived. Where are those Corruptors? As Corruptors are trickling in. Hydras they reposition. And again, there's only 2 Tempests right now. Nice Storm. Storm pops off. Corruptors have arrived. At the same time, Lynx, they flood into the main, depowering the Stargate. Stargate is depowered. SHIN pulls away. Yo, let's go. The Immortal run by. Let's go. Immortals, they counterattack across the map. Counterattack, knocking down the expansion, knocking down the base. And again, it's going to be a one-way trip here. And they're going to be all thrown away. And again, the reason for this is because they don't really help here against the main army. Still an expensive loss for Trigger. An expensive run by, they get the base. But he will lose every single Immortal. Trigger, he plummets in supply. That was not worth it. Unfortunately, there was no recall. There wasn't one available. And things are looking dire here for Trigger. I mean, the supplies are still quite close, that is true. I mean, SHIN did lose 3 bases. Not wrong. Did lose a bunch of hatcheries. And the economy is still in the gutter here for SHIN. Speaking of, another Zealot run by, takes out another base. Denies the gold. Gold base is denied. So SHIN's having a hard time remaxing. He's only in 68 workers. Sorry, yeah, 68 workers. Trying to join up. But SHIN should be the first to max out. And again, he's got a Broodlord, Corruptor, Viper army, Infestors on the way as well. Trigger does pull away. No, we're still in this game. Trigger building up his own economy. SHIN might be the first to max out, but if he doesn't do anything with the army here, then Trigger can recover. As he's building up his Sky Toss, building up more Archons. Actually, potentially could have been maxed out here if he had saved all those Immortals. Just saying. So that was how it is. That was 11 Immortals being thrown away. I think 8 at the time. And going back to Immortal production. Armies are rebuilding. Both players are maxing out. This can still go either way. We're up to how many? We're up to 7 Tempest. 7 Tempest against, what, 15 Corruptors. A lot of this will probably come down to the Sky armies. Blink was researched, so depending on how things go, we could see a transition here into ground toss. Trigger, speaking of, going for a counterattack. Knocking down one of the northern bases. At least trying to. Now Trigger, he does have recall. So he can push in and recall back home. Mongol pops off, he goes for the Tithe! The Tempests are exposed. He gets one. Takes out one Tempest. Barely doesn't get the other. Archon's going down. And again, Trigger's fighting with half his army. Trigger being forced back. At the same time, knocking down the base. SHIN does evacuate. Where's SHIN moving in? Oof. Takes Storm to the face. Denies the gold. Is it being cancelled? And Trigger, does he keep pushing in? He is. He's trying to at least. SHIN, he backs up. Trigger pushing towards the natural. Doesn't commit. Does pull away. So far, trading a base for a base. Trigger lost the gold. SHIN lost the northern expansion. Likewise, Trigger did lose one of his Tempest. Nice snipe. Takes down a Broodlord. Important point that Trigger, he is missing an Oracle, so there's no Revelations. He can't make full use of the range of his Tempest. So no Oracles yet. SHIN, meanwhile, he's retaking the gold, now taking the bases on the right-hand side. Taking every base towards the south. Trigger, he has the north. He has those northern expansions. This gold base is ambitious. And because of the terrain, the ground army here of Trigger can't really threaten SHIN. Cannot really threaten him. Lurkers are building up. SHIN establishing his own gold. Trigger is trying to maintain this position. Trying to. Moving in with the second base. Sorry, second army. Will lose the Nexus. Which means he won't have energy overcharge here. Oh, snipes the Oracle, gets a revelation. Revelation pops off, more Stargates on the way. Trigger still trying to move in with the second army. Uh-oh. Shin sharking around. He has Neural. Neural is researched. Broodlord's pushing in. Trigger trying to respond. Waiting for the Fungals. Decent feedbacks on the Vipers. Oh! Manifest the spell. Base goes down. Same time the Grand Army does push in. Once again going for the expansion. Hatchery will fall. And do we recall? Shin pushing through the center. Going for another base. Recall set popping up. Trigger trying to respond. Yeah, trading a base for a base. Yeah, the Broodlords will bring down this expansion. Tempest otherwise out of position. He's going for the dive. The Mothership. Yeah, Mothership goes down. Decent pick up. The Storms, though. Oh, my God. A lot of Corruptors get picked up. Tempest, they bring down another base. We have bases falling all over the place. Oh, my God. And just a bit of an awkward fight. The Grand Army is getting caught out. Catching out the Archons, the Immortals. And brutal losses here for Trigger. At the same time, Corruptors, they go for the dive. And they catch out the Tempest. He gets one. 2 Tempest going down. Only 2. Still a very chaotic fight. But losing this Grand Army is brutal. And in the end, we do see Tempest falling. The Mothership. Archons. Nothing too major, but Trigger, he does fall in supply. And he overextends. Down to 3 Tempest. 3 Tempest remaining. Both players did lose bases. Brutal Fungal catching another Tempest. Down to 2. Up. Down to 1. Yeah, 1 Tempest left. And now here come the Broodlords. Like, that's the problem here. That was the answer to the Broodlords. And the Broodlord Lurker does reign supreme. Without Skytoss, how do you deal with this? How do you deal with this army? You don't. As a Grand Army just cannot touch this. Trigger, force a counterattack. Just not enough in the sky. It is getting some damage done though. Oh my God. Catching out drones, denying bases. Forces Shin all the way back home. The strong buy is nice, but I'm not sure it's enough. Just catching Trigger out. Oh my God. Running into the Lurkers. A bit of a back and forth trade. Yeah, but still brutal here for Trigger. And Trigger, he's burning through his bank. Running out of units, 20 more workers going down. And Shinny does defend. He defends, now he's pushing. He's still up to how many? He's still up to 10 Broodlords. 10 Broodlords pushing forward. Trigger going for Zealot run-bys. And again, Trigger, who was never able to rebuild his Skytoss. Never really had the money for it. Losing bases. Just warping in more Zealots. And true, Shin doesn't really have much of an economy either, but it's still enough. As he's reinforcing with Hydras. Not the cleanest trade here from Shin, but takes down the Zealots. Forces back the army. Shinny turns back around. He's keeping up. Again, top left is the most important mining base here for Trigger. And SHIN, he's actually not aware. He hasn't scouted. But he sees the main army. Catching out a High Templar. And Trigger, he just can never really engage these Broodlords head on. Still in 10. And Trigger is getting cornered. Never mind, distracted by the Zealots. Let's go. She is distracted once again. Trigger going for another counterattack. Leading out the Oracle. Zealots are cleaned up. SHIN from here, he can push in towards the main. Trigger coming in from behind. Oh. Hydras are ready, and this time SHIN commits. This time he's going for the production. And again, the best chance here is for, I guess, like a pseudo base trade, trying to snipe these buildings, these hatcheries. I mean, he's getting some bases, don't get me wrong. But at this point, there's enough on the ground here for SHIN. And catching up the army, brutal fungals. And he gets the Archons. Inurals takes them down. And Trigger, he's coping a little bit here with this final army. Trying to trade out. It's not going to work though. Yeah, brutal fungals. And the final soldiers are going down. The main base under fire. Everything's falling. Trigger forced out. Yo, let's go. Warping in 9 Stalkers. He's gonna dive on the Broodlords. Let's go. He gets out. He gets 1. Gets 1. Gets 2. Gets 2.5. Gets 3. Let's go. He gets 3 Broodlords. Gets out of there. Down to 7. Hey, it's something. Let's go. I mean, both players are re-expanding, true. Taking more bases. SHIN, he's got a fresh gold base available to him. Down to 7 broods. Catching out the lurkers. I mean, hey, Trigger being very efficient. Speaking of efficiency, does get caught out by the fungals, takes down an investor. These are expensive losses for SHIN, but likewise for Trigger as well. And SHIN, he finally finds top left. Remember, he had no idea this base was taken. He had no idea until now. As his base has been sustaining Trigger the entire time. But now SHIN is aware. Now SHIN knows. To respond, ooh, brutal blink. Gets punished. And yeah, 2 Stalkers rotating towards the center. Base is going to go down. Trigger, likewise, going for his own counterattack. It's not much to bring down, though. Oh god, he has the detection. Has the observer. Center gold is mined out, and here we go. SHIN is going for that final mining base. Going for top left. Oh, the chain fungals. Revelation pops off, does miss the lurker. And SHIN, he's defending back at home, busts into the mineral line. And GG gets called. SHIN, he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. SHIN having a pretty substantial lead is what I will say early on. I mean, if you remember, there was a really tense moment. Trigger had a really unique build. Winding it all the way back, it was what, like 20 minutes ago? That was a half-hour game. Jesus. But if you remember, Trigger, his build was double robo, double forge into massive mortal. The downside of this build was that he left SHIN alone. He had zero harassment potential. He was being active with oracles, but not much more than that. So SHIN, who was free to just mass expand, he took 2 gold bases behind it and went into muta play. The mutas go completely unscouted, and with that, SHIN was able to get enough damage. More importantly, he only invested into a harassing amount of mutas. I think it was 10. Like 10 mutas, didn't overcommit. From there, he transitioned into Lurker and into Greater Spire. If you remember at the time, I was really concerned. I was like, oh, is it too greedy to rush into Broodlords like this, considering there's a massive, like, Archon Immortal army? But to give credit where credit's due, SHIN, he bought a lot of time. He bought a lot of time with Ling run-bys, with Ling counterattacks as well. Trigger, he was trying to push, trying to move out. He had a greater army, but he was delayed back at home. Broodlords arrived, and from that moment on, SHIN, he was in control of the game. Trigger, he did bring it back. We had like some really messy engagements, trading base for base, expansion for expansion. In the end, Trigger was able to eventually max out himself, but he never really had too much of a substantial Skytoss army. Oh. Never really had too much there. Oh. Never really had too much of a Skytoss army, so once the Tempest count got reset, he had no answer to the Broodlord Lurker, which is what happened. And basically, after the first wave of Tempest went down, he never was able to rebuild or really keep up with that. Again, it's quite an expensive army, and Trigger's own bank wasn't too great to deal with that as well, to handle that. And GG. GG, well played. Whew. After SHIN was able to reset the Tempest count for the first time, that was kind of it then and there. We saw, despite that, Trigger, he had a lot of tenacity here to like fight back and go for all these base trades and force SHIN back home, but he never really had an answer to the main army. Never really had any secure kind of road to win there outside of just non-stop harassing and buying time. GG. GG, well played. SHIN will advance on, and the entire bracket has been regressing. Oh boy, let's try to catch up on what's been going on. Let's go. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look back yourselves as we are getting through the initial round of 32. Okay, we have a round of 16. Clem takes down Mana 2-1, went to the ace match. Big shout to Mana. Does go to the ace match. Clem advancing on to face off against Gumiho in the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, we have SHIN. SHIN takes down Trigger 2-1, and SHIN will advance on to face off against the Creator in the next round as Creator takes down Cure. Big win. Revenge, actually. Cure and Creator, that is a rematch from Alima League. If you missed out, we did cast Alima League a couple of days ago, and Creator did lose to Cure in that tournament in the early rounds. But here, Creator, he gets his revenge, so very well done. Up next is going to be another ZVP between SHIN and Creator. Scrolling down, we have SKillous. SKillous takes down Showtime 2-1. Big win for Skill. Hey, papi. Oh my god. Nikita takes down Showtime. Advancing on a face-off against the winner of MaxPax and Jumi. That's a lot of PvPs. Speaking of PvPs, herO takes down Beyond. herO takes down Bunny. And herO is also waiting for the winner of SKillous, MaxPax, and Jumi. So we have a Protoss confirmed for the finals. It's just pure Protoss. MaxPax, Jumi, SKillous, herO, pure Protoss down here. We have one Protoss confirmed. Who's it going to be? I mean, again, if SKillous can take down Showtime, I want to believe he can threaten MaxPax as well. Best of luck. Best of luck to all these players down here. I don't want to gloss over it, though, because Bunny did take down herSim. herSim took a map, though. Big win. Big win for herSim. I do rate Bunny quite highly there, so for herSim to force him to the ace match is very impressive. Very impressive stuff there by herSim to force that ace match. Scrolling up here, we have our initial PvT. I look forward to it. Clem versus Gumiho. Going to be Protoss versus Terran. I would imagine Clem does often avoid, or actually I haven't casted Clem's TvT since the beginning of December. Since his series versus Ryung. It's been a long time. Been a long time since he played TvT. So I expect a Protoss versus Terran matchup there. But again, we have our next series. Let's go. Let us go. Just catching up in the chat. Clem's Proto setting it up versus Gimme Hero, I assume? Yeah. We assume that as well. Which honestly would be a really fun series, but I would imagine they already started. I would imagine they already started. As we are jumping in. Vetoes are done, and game 1 is going to be on Ultra Love. Can't blame him. Gumi's always been beastly in TVT. I mean, he plays Protoss against all Terran players. All Terran players alike. Shin keeping the Zerg dream alive. True, I just realized. My apologies, I glossed over it. But Shin, he is the last Zerg player in the tournament. When it comes to Zerg representation here, there was no Dark, there was no Solar, no DRG. I mean, DRG hasn't played in a little bit, I will say. But we can always rely on Shin. We can always rely on Shin to be an active player here. I would say he is the most active Korean Zerg at the moment when it comes to online tournaments. Last year it was Dark, 100% Dark. He would play in everything, in every single weekly, every single tournament. But of course, Dark military service is looming on the horizon. Dark, he did mention that he didn't give specific dates, but he did mention that he was going to be going soon TM. So Dark has been less active in January. And in December as well, so Dark has been less active, and Shin has kind of risen. He has risen to the challenge and has become the most active Zerg player from Korea. It's the most active Zerg. So we can always rely on Shin to be there. True. Was anything we could go to ago? Yeah. I mean, Solo does play, but Solo's more sporadic when it comes to his signups. Solar, he's not as active as Shin. For Solar, it's like maybe, you know, once a week or every other week sort of thing. Doesn't play in everything. But here we go. We're getting to our next series, getting into our next matchup. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, the last Zerg player in the tournament. Can he keep the Zerg dream alive for Gaiman Gladiators? It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss representing himself, currently teamless. It is Creator. I don't think there are any EU Zergs who are particularly active. I think I would say Young Yakov. I think Young Yakov might be as active, if not more active than Iba. Hard to say. But Young Yakov, he plays in a lot of stuff. Does play in a lot of stuff. I would say Young Yakov is more active than Wayne. Wayne is a lot more sporadic when it comes to his signups as well. I think I might settle on that. Nickish, yeah, Nickish a little bit as well, true. But now they're going to be settling in. Hatch gas pool, standard opener here out of Shin. Likewise, Creator going for a gate expand as well. So standard openers all around. Nothing too crazy in the early game. Which is important to point out for Shin, bearing in mind that even during his series against Traeger, Shin did go proxy hatch. He is willing to go for some cheeky builds from time to time. Not this time though. As we calm things down. We do calm things down. Rain is still insanely good. Yes, no one is saying otherwise. We're talking about activity when it comes to how active they are or how persistent they are when it comes to competing in online tournaments or online events. For now, though, settling in. Soon be getting into our tech. And Creator, he's typically more of a passive kind of player here. When I think of the Korean Protosses, when I think of players like Trap, Classic, and herO, alongside Creator as well, Creator, he does fall along the more side of like more passive, more defensive kind of play. Does play more towards the mid to late game. typically. So we'll keep an eye on Creator to see if he does deviate from the norm. Of course, welcome one to Ultra Love being one of the smaller maps in the map pool. Very defendable though is what I will say. There's a ramp coming into the natural. Likewise, we have a choke point coming to the third base. Destructible towers as well. So we do often see a lot of later games here on Ultra Love just because of how defendable the third and fourth base are compared to other maps. So it could be here for a bit of a longer one. Oh, as we settle in, big shout to Ken in the chat. Oh my god, Papi God, thank you so much for some gifted subs to the community. Oh my god, thank you, Papi, thank you. Thank you so much. We appreciate the support. We appreciate the subs in the chat. Thank you. Thanks to the support that we get in the chat, whether it's through Patreon, whether it's through subscriptions, or we're able to cast as often as we do. Again, here on the CranKy Ducklings, we cast on a daily basis. We were actually live earlier today. So I do apologize for sleeping in a little bit as well, just because it's been a long day. Like we casted 3 events last night. We casted the Sparkling Tuna Cup into an FFA, into a show match between Hormono and Rebellion. So 3 events back to back. And then, of course, today we have WardiTV Monday, into Pegasaur Monday, into OSC Season 12 Championship. So a lot of casting here on the channel, as always. Again, we're live more than any other channel out there. We have all the content, more than Steadfast, Wardy, all the other boys. We have the quantity. We have a little bit of the quality. But thank you. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it, man. As from here, what I appreciate, the creator, he does often like to do this. He's intentionally banking up the oracles. He's making it look like a Twilight Council opener here against his opponents. He's making it look like it isn't quite Stargate, but never mind. SHIN did scout. SHIN did confirm with the Overlord. He's fully aware. Oracles move out, but SHIN is ready. Spores are done. Queens are getting position. Oracles dive in, they take a lot of hits. Ooh, one Oracle goes down, massive pickup. Gets one, the other takes a little hull damage. 3 drones, that is not worth it for Creator. Again, Creator who was hoping to catch SHIN off guard, but the opposite was true instead. So Creator gets shut down. Behind this, going into a Forge, into Twilight Council, +1 on Blink, third base, getting on the way. Standard follow-up. But the initial build was not quite worth it. Meanwhile, SHIN is going to be skipping his Roach Warren. No Roach Warren in sight. Baneling Nest instead, going into Ling Bane. As that is a hidden nest here, behind the main. Interesting. We'll see how committed he's going to be. We'll see if this is just for safety, and he's going into Ling Hydra, or if he intends to commit into a Bane Bust or into a Baneling Run By. Into aggression. Keep an eye on SHIN. As Creator is still being active with his first 2 Oracles. Scouts checks the 4th. Moving in towards the 3rd. Oh, Stasis goes down. Gateway explosion on the way. That's a lot of gates. And quickly checking here as well. Yeah, we're getting up to 8 gates. It's going to be a 3-base all-in. This makes sense. Creator had a rough start to the game, so we're going to be committing. We're going to be committing here. What we're getting into is no gases. No gases at the 3rd. With no gases, we shouldn't be taking up. It's going to be a War Prism alongside this. Interesting. So typically with a 3-base all-in, we'd set up a proxy gateway instead. We'd skip the Robo. We'd have extra Stalkers as a result. This is going to hit a little bit different, though. It's going to be a bit of a different push. Different kind of all-in. This time with extra sentries, with the Prism. As he moves out, Lings, they move in. Lings don't quite get much, though. They catch reinforcements. 3 Stalkers go down, massive pickups. This will delay the push. Yeah, gases are now being taken. Which means Creator, he can start to take out of this. Speaking of taking out, yep, there it is, Bane. We could go into either Storm or Colossus. Double gases into Colossus. So he doesn't have to commit with this, but I mean, he invested so heavily here into 8 gates. And again, this push is delayed. At the same time, Lings, they do run in. No! herO! Creator doing his best hero impression. The wall is wide open. Lings, they flood into the natural. They flood into the main. And this will delay his push. It forces them back home. Yeah, his forces turn around. Ay. Again, as a reminder, Creator, he committed so much to this attack. He delayed his tech, he delayed his gases, all in favor of the push, and the push just doesn't exist. He's forced back home. 11 probes going down. SHIN buys more time, moving out with his army. Ling Bane Hydra. Another Oracle goes down. Everything's just falling apart here for Creator. And SHIN has momentum on his side. Just everything has been delayed. And SHIN is moving in for the kill. Takes down the final Oracle. The Prism dog! Prism does survive, thankfully. But alas, the main army's cut off from the third base. GG gets called as Creator is pulled apart, and SHIN will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. An interesting build out of Creator is what I will say. When it came to the execution, I mean, we saw a lot of, did kind of stumble his way into it, unfortunately, losing his Oracles early on. Unfortunately, had no wall-off at the natural. Again, Creator, he was intending to push and to commit. That's why he had the War Prism. That's why he had all those sentries. That's why he was out in the center of the map. But we never saw it really come into play here. Unfortunately, he was caught with his pants down. Massively run by his time and time again. Did so well there for SHIN. And Creator was torn apart. GG. GG, well played. SHIN does take a lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. And hopefully... Okay, we're good. Jumping into game 2. Gonna be on Whispers of Gold. Let's go. Let us go. As we are loading into a much smaller map here. Whispers of Gold is, I would say, the most aggressive map of the map pool. Smaller map, shorter rush distance by ground. Very indefendable third base and fourth base. There's no ramp. Unlike on Ultra Love, there's no ramp. There's no destructible tower. There's no choke point. This map is much more vulnerable, much more aggressive, I should say. And we should be seeing different builds from both players. Let's go. Ideally, we want to take advantage of the map itself. And we'll see if we can force the ace match. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg representing Diamond Gladiators leading the series 1-0. It is SHIN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss. It is Creator. So he is up against the wall. And we'll see if he can recover. Go. And again, welcome one and all to Whispers of Gold. Again, short rush distance by ground. It can be made even shorter here if you knock down these rocks. There are destructible rocks here towards the third bases. So with that, you can commit into something like a German taxi or a Roach Queen walk across the map. Likewise, the third and fourth bases are more exposed. We did mention in the previous map how we have these choke points, we have these destructible towers. Here, they do not exist. There is somewhat of a ramp coming into the triangular third base, but it's also very wide and there are multiple angles of attack. And again, you can knock down those rocks as well. So again, it can be quite difficult here to defend, quite difficult to survive, and as a result we see a lot of 2-base all-ins and a lot of 3-base all-ins on Whispers of Gold. As the map does help you with that, does favor that kind of play. So we'll keep an eye on our players. Goes both ways. Again, we saw attempted aggression from Creator last game, but he wasn't quite able to get it into full swing. See how we do adjust. For now, Hatch Gas Pool, Standard Opener. Likewise, Gate Expand into Cybercore. Openers looking as they should. You can settle it. We go. Once again, Stargate open out to Creator. This time he's rallied across the map. If you remember last game, Creator, he was banking up his 2 Oracles to try to catch SHIN off guard. But due to SHIN's overlord positioning, I mean, he was ready for it anyway. This time, doesn't try to bank anything up, does rally. So again, a much more standard setup by Creator. Go. Adepts they shade out, they get eyes on the third. They can threaten some shades. Two Adepts they can one-shot drones, so SHIN he has to keep up. And so far he is. Like I say, keep up with the Adepts. Anyone know why Wardy isn't casting his own tournament this morning? I'm not too certain. Hopefully everything's okay. But usually I would imagine that maybe something has come up. It's very possible that Wardy might do a replay cast at a later date. We usually give out replays to Wardy after the event, so maybe covering it later. He may also gain replays from some of the other casters from some of the other portions of the brackets. Like, for example, we weren't able to cast Gubiho versus Clem, and I'm sure that's a banger of a series. So as long as, I think Koga was casting that. If Koga was covering that, and if Koga gives replays to Wardy, then we could see a replay cast from that, you know, tomorrow or on a later day. I'm sure it'll keep us informed. As it say shade in, they get a drone. We're still poking forward. Behind this is our standard follow-up, Twilight Council, Forge, after the third base, everything looking normal. And thankfully this time Creator, he does not lose his first Oracle. He's like, we're good. We're solid. Oracles are looking for a way in. They threaten to dive. So far, SHIN is keeping up. Behind this, we have a Roach Warren this time. As a reminder, last game, I don't think we even got a safety Roach Warren. It's just straight up Link Bane into Hydra. This time, SHIN is playing it a little bit safer. I mean, we spoke earlier about how aggressive you can be on Whispers of Gold, so skipping the Roach Warren can be a little bit risky at times. As two drones go down. Catching out two workers. Not a bad start. Evo Chamber's done. We'll see if we invest into range or into melee. Our eyes are on SHIN. As it is going to be range. Okay, we may just commit here into Roach Hydra or just straight up Roach Ravager. Yeah, range on the way, Roach speed as well. We'll see if SHIN does saturate his fourth. That's what I'm most curious in. Right now he's on a 3-base economy. Knocking down those rocks. And he's massing up roaches. Let's go. We spoke earlier, you can knock down these rocks, you can just reduce the time it takes to get across the map. Reduce that rush distance. And SHIN, he's about to be online, he's about to be aggressive. Likewise, Creator, he pokes out. It's so important that Creator, he slows down this army, slows down the push, takes both of his gases. Second Robo's on the way, going double Robo Colossus. Oh my god. But he needs time. Creator, he needs time for those Colossi. Setting up stasis traps, clearing up creep, delaying the push. Lings are coming from behind. Roaches are still building up. We have Overlord speed on the way. And Lings, they do hit that mineral line. They take down one of the shield batteries. And with Overlord speed, I would imagine we're going to be getting ready here for a Queen push alongside this for Jobber Lords. Stasis traps are still set up. Yeah, speaking of Jump Lords, yep, here they come. Jump Lords are on the way. The Lings, they get eyes on the fourth. Not able to get much done. Colossus production has begun. And as a reminder, SHIN, he is going for a 3-base all-in. He has not droned up that 4th base whatsoever. So straight up all-in here from SHIN, which is what we assumed when we saw +1 range. And here he comes. Stasis gets baited. There's 2 more stasis traps. 3 more even. But no major connections. It's all or nothing for SHIN. Does commit. Disruptor has arrived. He has potential. Up. Never goes up. SHIN, he pulls away. Takes another to the face. Queens have made it. And SHIN is going for the kill. Piles don't quite connect. Queen spreading creep. Again, the first Colossus is on the way. But SHIN is getting into the mineral line. Piles like, oh my god, they do shut down the Stalkers. Stalkers fall. Disruptor as well. 21 probe kills at the same time drop into the main. Yeah, Crater, he was distracted. Workers going down left and right, and SHIN, he's done it. He's broken the third. Colossus too little does take the series and does advance on into the semifinals. Question becomes, does he have an opponent? Let's into the semifinals. Question becomes, does he have an opponent? Let's switch our scenes over. Let's catch up on the bracket. There we go. We have our upper semifinals ready for us. We're hopping on over to the American server as Clem took down Gumiho 2-0. And up next, we have Clem versus SHIN in the semis. Now, the real question is, I think we know the answer. Did Clem Protoss Gumiho? For the first time, what I mean by that, there are very few Terran players that have beaten Clem's Protoss. Very few. I can count them on two of them, actually. Spirit, who did defeat Clem's Protoss that was back in Masters Coliseum, and Gumiho, who defeated Clem's Protoss at Home Story Cup. Outside of that, Clem, he has had his way with Cure, with Björn, with all these other Terran players, and again, even Aryung as well, and all the other Korean Terrans. He has yet to play against Maru's Terran, true. I think that's the only player he hasn't been with his Protoss, alongside Gumiho, until now, potentially. GG. GG, well played. So congratulations here to Clem to bring Gumiho down. And now we have our semis. Let's go. Let us go. Also, I do apologize if I forgot to... Oh, yeah. It looks like I forgot to open up predictions. But I will make sure we have predictions for our next series. Do apologize. I was just a little bit distracted. I will get them going for the semis. Hold up, I'm reaching out to Clem. Reaching out. Oh, let's go! Clem, he said yes, yes. He played Protoss. He Protoss Gumiho. Let's go! Let's go. And again, Gumiho is one of the only Terrans that's beaten his Protoss before. That's a big win. It's a big win for Clem. Again, I'm pretty sure now Maru is the only Terran that hasn't, that Clem hasn't beaten with his Protoss. If I'm not mistaken. I think it's only Maru. Up until now, it was Gumiho as well, but not anymore. Again, best PvT in the world. But here we go. We're getting to our next matchup and spawning in the right-hand corner of Leylines. We have the French Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is SHIN. And before I forget, if you're in the chat, predictions. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat as you can get your gamba going. Oh, I do apologize. I didn't notice the stream went down. Oh no, you missed, wait, did you miss out on the game? When did the stream go down? Oh no, right at GG. Okay, after the game ended. That means, feels bad, man. Feels bad. Sorry, I didn't notice. Did not notice the stream went down until now. I was a little bit distracted. If you missed it, I was actually talking about Clem's PvT. I was talking about his PvT. I was referring to how Clem, the only Terrans he hasn't beaten is Gumiho and Maru. And I did ask Clem, and he did confirm that, of course, he did actually defeat Gumiho with his Protoss. So Again, Clem with the best PvT in the world takes down Gumiho, one of the few players that did defeat him at Home Story Cup, one of the few Terrans that he hasn't beaten with his Protoss. But now I believe the only Terran that hasn't gone down to Clem's Protoss is Maru. The only one. But again, I do apologize. Looks like the Twitch servers were dying on us a little bit. Do apologize. Have 0 points to gamble? You're adding yourself as someone that doesn't watch StarCraft. Oh no. But now, Reaper's dip in. Reaper does dip in. Dancing with the army. So far, standard opening out of Clem. Hatch gas pull out of SHIN. So Clem is going to be containing SHIN. Will contain. Don't you ever question? I don't question anything, mate. I mean, clearly, if you have no points, it's a self-report. Oh, no. Oh, no. Behind this, third CC. Third CC is on the way for Clem. So it's going to be 3 CC into Starport. Economic opener from our Terran player. So far, so good. Still can't gamble points from Sweden. True. Depending on where you are, whether it's Sweden, I think Germany as well. I could be mistaken. Depending on where you are in Southeast Asia, like I know in Singapore, you can't gamble with Twitch points. Can't predict. True. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Clem does dive in. Past the Queens, going for the mineral line. Yeah, Lings are quite in position. Drone's going to get roasted. And a rough start here. 5 drones going down. Sorry, 3 drones going down. Oh, we have to count. It's fine. We'll count, Pappy. We'll count. Oof. Hellions are shut down. Not the worst dive out of Clem, getting 3 drones, but I'm sure he was hoping for a little bit more. Back at home, embracing his Banshee production and settling in. Banshee's on the way. Hellions, they do poke in towards that third. SHIN, he's keeping up. He's keeping up. But yeah, I do apologize for the stream going down earlier. The Australian Twitch servers have been very shaky over the past month, basically. Over the past, like, 3 weeks. Very shaky, which is frustrating to say the least. It's frustrating. So I do apologize. Banshee dips in. Oh, threading the natural. Lings likewise moving out across the map. Hellions are out across the map here. They're not in position. But there are plenty of reinforcements. Lings that are going to be cleaned up, and the SCVs do survive. That's defense here. Despite that, Clem was forced back home. SHIN buying time, getting into his own Ling Bane. Balin S is in production. Did delay his Evo chambers in favor of the Lair. So a very safe play here by SHIN. Just going Lair first into Balings, into 1-1, into Ling Bane. Which we do appreciate. Appreciate the Ling Bane. Meanwhile, that's going to be a up. Oh, that's a kill, not a cancel. Massive pickoff. Hatchery goes down. SHIN caught off guard, was distracted by the Hellions. Dips into the mineral line. Gets a drone. I mean, these Banshees have already paid for themselves. Getting more damage, more workers. Hellions, they poke in. They don't quite force to cancel. Not this time. Jesus, getting up to 4 drone kills. And Clem is getting ready for his push. Building up his bio. Building up his Raxes. Speaking of, he has an A-Rax setup here. This makes sense. I mean, considering Clem's advantage so far, after killing the 4th base, he's ready. He's ready to A-Rax. It's looking like a 3-base all in here from Clem. Basically, he should be skipping his gases. Oh, never mind. Does take a gas. Okay. Okay, I see you. Gas is on the way. Now, if I'm not mistaken, if we take a gas geyser here, that means we can actually afford some add-ons, if I'm not mistaken. We'll see if we actually throw down a 4th CC. My eyes are on Clem as he is being active. Lanes, they do flood in.
Your forces are under attack.
God damn it, shit. SCV's gonna be going down. Massive lane run by. Getting Clem out of position. Not bad. Takes down how many? 14 SCVs, the entire mineral line. And this will slow Clem down. As Clem was gearing up for the all-in. Behind this, yep, making 12 Marines at a time, so he isn't getting add-ons. I assumed he would, but it looks like, yeah, I mean, he has no saturation. He just lost the SCVs. It's all or nothing for Clem. And SHIN, can he survive this? Can he hold? Oh. Tank till siege. Tank till siege in time. Clem moving in, trying to cut off SHIN from that expansion. And 4th base is going to go down. SHIN once again going for the run by. Does it in, gets an SCV. Denies mining. Distracts Clem. We'll slow him down. SHIN, he saw the Raxes, he saw the lack of add-ons, he knows. He knows it is a 3-base all-in. Just has to buy time. And catch out the army. Oh my god. So close. Almost caught Clem unsieged. Almost. Bailings are being denied. Bailing run by does connect. SCV's going down. And SHIN is all over this. The tanks are on siege, collapsing here on those Hellbats. Forcing Clem back. SHIN overextending. And SHIN does overextend. He has to back off. Has to calm down. Calm down, Pat. Rotating back around. Clem still has the army lead. It's pure Marine. It's pure man with gun. See if he can break through. Going for the expansion. Clutch transfuse. Saves the base. Bailing's trying to connect. And the tanks are exposed. The tanks, they should go down. Bailings, oh, they don't connect. Nice stepping here at a Clem. But the tank gun gets reset. No more tanks. He traded well against the Bailings. Can SHIN hold on? That's going to be a rough trade. Leading at Hydras. No detection. Ooh, Queens are falling. But SHIN is barely holding on here. Diving on the tank. Nice stepping. Nice control. Clemmy kites back. Saves the tank. And the tank gets saved, but the Hydra count still looking solid. SHIN is trying to hold. Clem is so close to breaking him. He's so close. Denies the Bailings one after the other. Couple of Bailings do finish up. They're sitting low. Oh, there's 2 tanks now. There's 2 tanks behind this. Clem is sieged. Nuddling run by. Not too committed this time though. Clemmy holds, brings down the base, takes down the 4th. And SHIN, yeah, he's hurting. SHIN, he has been broken. Lost the 5th, lost the 5th, lost the 4th. Down to 3 bases. Barely an economy. And technically, Clem can just macro from here. He's got 3-3 on the way. He's just going to keep on pushing. He's not going to stop. SHIN has some good moments, don't get me wrong. There's still some rough fights off of creep. The army sims in. There's barely any Bailings left. And Clemmy's done it. Clem, he has done it here. He can target down all the Bailings. There's not enough remaining here for SHIN. The run-bys were impressive, and still he does take down the mineral line, but it's too late. It's too little too late. The Marines, they can stim and they can win. GG gets called, and Clem will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, impressive run-bys, and we had some decent catches by SHIN, especially in the center of the map. It was unfortunate that SHIN, he didn't catch those initial 2 tanks, if you recall, when he was trying to catch the army in the center, I mean. And alas, he was broken. GG. GG, well played. impressive there by Clem as well. Impressive that he was able to, despite losing some workers here and there, was still able to maintain himself. Traded very nicely against the Ling Bane. We had some solid micro, some solid stutter stepping, target firing as well on the Banelings. GG. GG, well played. Whew, Clem takes the lead in the series, and now we're getting into game number 2. Going to be loading into a much larger map, going to be loading into Amygdala. Again, when it comes to the build of Clem, he did decide to go for the 3-base all-in after he had killed the 4th, if you recall. Like, sniping the 4th base was a massive pick-off there for Clem. He knew that he had momentum. It was on his side. It was a better start for Clem. Despite that, it was still shaky. We still had the back and forth. We still had the Ling run-bys. 14 SCVs went down initially, but still too much to handle. Still too much. Now we're getting into game number 2. Can we force the ace match, or does the series end here and now? As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the French Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Clem. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player from South Korea, representing Gaiman Gladiators down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force that ace match. It is SHIN. Here we go. It glitches for like 10 seconds in the fight at the bottom. Yes, that is a graphical glitch on ley lines. It happens every time we cast on ley lines, but if you saw, there's like a lighting glitch or something where yeah, it's just like a weird graphical error. Happens every time we cast on ley lines. And specifically like in that southern part of the map as well. If you noticed, you noticed. But yeah, every time. Something about ley lines. Every other map is fine. Another hatch gas pool, standard opener out of SHIN. Likewise, standard opener out of Clem. And welcome one and all to Amygdala. Amygdala is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Larger map. Likewise, we have more limited attack paths as well. You can attack towards the south, attack towards the north. They are both covered by Zelnaga towers. And the center of the map is completely cut off, at least in the early game. As the game progresses, as we get into the mid to late game, you can knock down these rooks and you can gain access and you gain more attack paths. That is true. But because these are a factor in the early to mid game, it does mean that typically we see more standard setups here, like a 3, a 4-base setup, a 4-base economy. 8 Raxes are less common, so we should be seeing a bit of a longer game here. Should be. As Amygdala is known for more macro play. So I don't expect Clem to go for another 3-base all-in unless he does get an early lead. Like we saw previously, he killed the 4th base of SHIN in the last game, which did kind of kick everything off. If something like that happens again, then he might just commit anyway. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on Clem. Reaper moves out. So far, oh, he wants that Ling, doesn't quite get it. Now pulling away. Does pull back, SHIN establishing himself. 3rd CC in production for Clem, going for a 3 CC into Starport. We'll see if he goes Banshee. Clem does pull away. Yes, if you did miss out, I see some people are talking about like the economic state of Clem. Clem, he lost 14 SCVs to the first Ling run by, and then we saw a Bailing run by after that. The reason why you might think he didn't lose many workers is in the last game we did not have game heart. We do have it this time, but in the last game there was no kill count, so we had to manually count the SCVs. That's why there was no like visual indicator of that. But he was losing SCVs. But again, this time, it's okay. This time we have Game Heart. We have ABS. Observer Plus. Now though, we're settling in. So far, there's that. Oh, never mind. I thought it was going to be a 3cc into Banshee, but no, 3cc 2-1-1 here out of Clem. Let's go. This is going to be a more aggressive, more assertive mid-game here from Clem. Basically, what we're seeing here is a 16 Marine double medevac stim timing off of a 3rd CC. Now, what does this mean? This does hit a little bit later. It does mean that the Hellion presence for Clem is lessened, but this is fine on Amygdala. If you recall, something that we mentioned is that there are very limited attack paths here on Amygdala, so it's easier to defend against Hellions. So we very often actually do see that players, they kind of skip out on mass Hellion production into 2-1-1s instead. This is a more common build on Amygdala. Now, this does mean that the creep is going to be more uncontested by SHIN, but it was going to be uncontested anyway. Like, even if we invested into like 6 to 8 Hellions, it is so difficult to rotate between the top and southern side of the map to stop the creep spread. That's the reason why Clem did commit and did skip out on those Hellions. So only 2. Only 2 Hellions into Mass Marine. Stim is almost done, and here come those medevacs. Here come the 16 Marines. So Clem's about to push. Now with this move out, he can potentially snipe Queens. Queens are going to be threatened. Overlords, Lings, drones, all about trading. We'll see what Clem can get done as he moves out with 15 Marines. Let's go. Does move out. Behind this, we do have Roach play out of SHIN, +1 Carapace on the way. Will benefit both Roaches and Lings. As the drop moves out, we have SHIN moving in, getting ready for his own Ling run by. Clem, he will catch an Overlord. SHIN, what can he get done? He's going for the 3rd. Going for the Mineral Line. Hellion's in position that gets surrounded. Hellion's going to be going down. SCVs as well. Not bad. Clem still committed. Back at him, it's going to be 4, 5 SCV kills, 6 SCVs even, and denied mining at the 3rd. I get a very well-timed run by here from SHIN, and back at him, he has Roaches just in time to defend. Is it going to be enough, though? If Clem takes down the Roaches, does pick up, pulling back. Gold base is spotted. Bold move by SHIN, going for the gold. Very bold move. We'll see if he can maintain it. And SHIN, he holds. So far, SHIN is in a better position. He's denying any kind of mining here at the 3rd base for as long as possible. Clem, he comes back home to defend, and he will be able to retake that 3rd. And SHIN has so much more breathing room here to build up his Roach Ravager. +1 Carapace is almost done at this point. Gold base is about to be saturated. Knocking down those rocks. It's so important here that SHIN gains access to the center of the map to protect the gold. So he's getting in position, building up. Behind this, gases. This is the big sign here. Gases are being taken, so Clem is getting ready for the mid-game, working towards his 4th CC, 2nd factory, greater tech. So Clem is macroing. Meanwhile, SHIN, he's not. SHIN is cutting works at 58. He can transfer over towards the gold base. SHIN is going in for the kill. And Clem, he's out of position. He moves out. He's not at home. The tank goes down. The Roach Ravager has arrived. Third base being knocked down once again. Clem is racing back home. Ooh, coming in for a pseudo surround. But again, is it too much for a Ravager? There is. GG gets called. Clem gets called with his pants down, and we are going to the ace match. Whew, GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Again, SHIN, he cut workers at 58. That is even under 3 base saturation. So he cut workers early on, committed into Mass Roach Ravager. And Clem, he wanted so desperately to be active with that bio, with those drops. Every time he moved out, we either had a Ling run by, or, of course, the main Roach Ravager push. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Again, SHIN just catching Clem with his pants down time and time again, and we are going to the ace match. We're going to game 3. Going to game... Oh! Going to game 3. And we'll see who takes the series here again. We're going all the way to the ace match. That's what we wanted. That's what we're here for. And game 3 is going to be on Frostline. Ooh, okay. Now, Frostline is a large map. True, is a large map, but also a bit of a more open map as well. Oh. As, Hey, beautiful. We good. We are good to go. Alright, good to go here. Sorry, I had to remake. we always forgot Koka back. We almost forgot him. We got him though. We got him. We have our Koka. Now we're loading into Frostline. But yes, what we're getting at, it is a larger map, that is true, but also the third and fourth base are much more open, much more difficult to defend. Coming in towards the mid game can be very difficult to defend multiple locations at once. We've seen a lot of players struggle to defend against multi-pronged aggression, so I'm going to be favoring our Terran player here if we can get to that game, into that game state. If we can get to that point. But here we go, we're getting into the ace match, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Frostline, we have our French Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Kaiman Gladiators, tying up the series. Can he go all the way? It is SHIN. Here we go. Ooh. Once again, welcome one and all to Frostline. Kind of to reiterate what I was mentioning earlier here, the third base is very wide open, so is the fourth as well. We have some very wide ramps, we don't have any choke points, we don't have any narrow locations to defend, so it can be quite difficult here to defend against aggression here. I mean, defending against aggression in general. Likewise, the third and fourth base are very spread out. Don't get me started with the fifth base as well. Like, multi-pronged aggression in that mid game can really tear a player apart, depending on who has map control. If we can get there, we'll see. We'll see. It is what does make like mid to late game quite fun on Frostline, is because it's more difficult to turtle. That's kind of what I'm getting at here. Very difficult to turtle up on Frostline. So we often see a more dynamic back and forth as the game progresses. But we'll see how our players will approach this. As a reminder, last game we saw a 3cc into 2-1-1. This time I would imagine a more Hellion heavy start here from Clem. I would imagine a more standard opener. We spoke earlier how on Amygdala we saw less Hellions because it's more difficult to really get any damage done. I would say the opposite here on Frostline, where there's plenty of potential for Hellion run-bys. So we will see. Reaper has arrived. Clem is in position here towards the top side. Oh, pulling away. Dancing with the Lings. Oh. Doesn't quite get them. Decent trades. One Ling goes down. Does get away. Nicely done here by Clem. Does pull out. Behind this third CC before starport. But from here we should be seeing an add-on swap into Hellion production. As SHIN is now taking his third. Going for the linear base. Is confirmed by Clem. And there's that starport. No second racks. So 3cc, 1-1-1. There's that add-on swap into Hellion production. And from here we could see Banshee play. Or we could even see Liberator or Viking instead. With that tech lab, I'm imagining for an add-on swap. I would imagine. See an add-on swap. We'll keep an eye on Clem. Still rotating. Meanwhile, SHIN just happily droning. No major decisions yet. And there it is. Add-on swap into Banshee. So more of what we saw in game 1. It's 3cc Banshee here. We'll see if Clem does commit into Cloak. Could opt to skip it. There it is. Cloak is on the way. Now, we saw how successful this was on ley lines. Winding it back, if you recall, Clem, he killed the fourth base with his Banshee. It was crazy. But did kill the fourth. I can't imagine that's going to happen again, but there's always potential. SHIN is going to have to be more on top of his rotations. Meanwhile, going for a massive Ling run-by. I mean, Clem, he's known for being hyper-aggressive and moving out with his Hellions. He does have 2 Hellions at home to defend. 2 Hellions back at home. Lings are poised for a run-by. More Lings on the way. And SHIN, he's waiting for the Hellions to reveal themselves. They're revealed here to the Overlord. SHIN, he knows. Sees 4 Hellions. Banshee moves out. He's waiting for Clem to get distracted. But again, Clem playing it safe. Does leave his reinforcements back at home. If SHIN saw 6 Hellions, he'd most likely commit. Just biding his time. And she dips in. Queens are keeping up. Likewise, Queen's here at the natural. Clement doesn't find a way in yet. And this right now more Raxes. Third base about to be taken. Overlord does spot the Hellions moving out. And there we go. As the Hellions move out, SHIN up. It's moving yet. There we go. Does commit. He was waiting for that moment. Boys being pulled away. SCV's going to be going down. Hellions they race back home. But so far, solid defense here. Denies the depot, but doesn't get any SCVs. Whew. Again, very nice control here by Clem. That could have been disastrous. He does control well. Shuts down the Lings. SHIN back at home, still just droning. And I believe this time SHIN, yeah, he goes for a more delayed lair. He goes for faster Evo chambers, faster upgrades, delays his lair as a result, delays bathing speed for faster 1-1. So this is greedier from SHIN than what we saw in game 1. It's greedier. Meanwhile, Clem, he wants that 4th. It's a bit of damage, pulls away. SHIN going for another run by. Able to catch reinforcements coming in from behind. One Queen is barely gonna go down. And nice pickup. Queens are under fire, and Clem, he's breaking through this. Takes down 2 Queens. There's 2 Queens left. Lings start flooding in, but the Banshees, yeah, they can shut the Queens down. Hellions are gonna be cleaned up, but he gets another. Up! He does. Gets 3 Queens, gets 4. 4 Queens go down. Can he get 5? Can he get 6? Thankfully, there is detection. Finally, Overseer comes in. But very nice damage here from Clem. At the same time, massive Ling run by. Hits the mineral line. Got 6 SCVs, not bad. 6 SCV kills, and the Lings, they do pull away. But the Banshees aren't done. They do an equivalent amount of damage. 4 drone kills, light gases. And this game, Clem, he may not have killed the 4th base like he did previously, but what does he get? He gets, what, 4 Queens? Yeah, 4 Queens. 4 drones, the gas geyser as well. Ay, ay, ay. Solid damage nonetheless. Now, Clem is taking his gases. Yeah, he's taking his gases. 2nd factory, going for a 4th CC. Clem is not going for an all-in. He's building up towards the mid-game. But he has momentum. Momentum is on his side. And we did speak earlier how, depending on who has map control, it can be very difficult to keep up. Very difficult. And remember, bailing speed is delayed because of the faster Evo chambers. So late bailing speed. And Clem, I mean... okay, he's going to be forced back. Nice target firing. Shuts down the bailings. But again, bailing speed is delayed intentionally. That's why we have 2-2. 2-2 is on the way for SHIN. Upgrades were prioritized. Evo chamber upgrades, I mean. Which is why we did call it greedy. Say 2 deny the drop. So far, SHIN is keeping up. Oh! He's holding on. Bailing speed, finally about to finish. Clem has still just been trading very well. And here comes the split push. Ooh, the hydrogen is exposed. Uh-oh. It's going to be targeted down. Down to less than half HP. Gets very low. Clem moving in. Going to be forced back. So far, SHIN is maintaining himself. Oh! Ooh, no reaction here out of Clem. Clem, he was distracted, caught off guard. Nice connections. SHIN, he's holding. He's holding on. Clem reinforcing towards the south. Rallying at his tanks, rallying at everything, actually, as he expands. And there's barely any creep here. Barely any active tumors. Clem, he's maxed out. SHIN, I mean, he's still trying to keep up. And SHIN is in trouble. Going for a run by. Trying to slow Clem down. And he's collapsing in. Up. Match on wings. First tank falls. It's still going to be a rough trade. Clem, it looks like he's going to be cleaned up. As SHIN's holding. Shuts down the tanks. Forces back the army. Cleans up the bio. SHIN, he maintains himself. Does maintain his bases. Clem falling back. Has plenty of reinforcements, but again, they were back at home. They weren't with the main army. SHIN, he's still in this. Oh! Brutal mine shot on the Lings. Okay, the mine connections, they continue. And SHIN, this is going to be a rough trade here off of creep. The winter mines. No major connections here. It looks like the Marines are going to be forced back. Lingbane barely breaking through. Bearing in mind, a lot of supply here for Clem is in those medevacs. I just trying to break through the bio army, but there's no more Lingbane. And without Lingbane, there's no supports. Rough trade here for SHIN. Hydras are going down. And he's going to be losing almost everything here. Oh no! Rough pathing. Every Hydra's going to fall. Massive loss, and SHIN, he plummets in supply. Losing everything. Losing every single Hydra. Down to a handful of Lingbane. And that may have just been it. As Clem now up 50 supply. Mitchell still goes up. And again, there's no backbone to the army. There's no more Hydras. Just now rebuilding. Now it's building up. Now SHIN buying some time. Getting a 5th base. Again, because of all the aggression earlier, there's just no creep. There's no creep here for SHIN. There's nothing to slow Clem down. He's already maxed out, and here comes the second wave, the second push. And this time SHIN, he barely has an army. He's got one Hydra. 19 Bailings. Mine shots going up. Oh my god. He's out most of his army. And even though Clem has no buffer here, even though he has no Marauders, should still have enough. I say that Leagues are coming from behind. Up. Setting up for a surround. Despite that, the mine shots are brutal. Jesus. And GG gets called. Insane mine shots, and Clem, he will take the series 2-1. Will advance on into the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Clem, he was so assertive, so aggressive here, able to gain momentum early on, whether it's catching queens, catching drones, just giving himself breathing room, and more importantly, denying any kind of active tumors towards that 4th base. Did allow that move out, that fight, or that push, be that much more successful here for Clem. SHIN had a very rough hold. He did hold, don't get me wrong, but he just kept going. I was a little bit surprised to see SHIN just counterattack immediately. He took a very rough fight out in the center of the map, and he lost everything then and there. GG. GG, well played. Did overcommit, did overextend, and with that, Clem does advance on here to the grand finals, and we are here to determine who will join him in those finals. Oh, let's go. As we have some updates here to get into. And we have, I would say, an upset. Let's go, Nikita. Oh my god. SKillous, we did mention earlier that SKillous, he took down Showtime. 2-1. And not just Showtime, SKillous, he also takes down MaxPax 2-0. Oh my god, Bappy. Nikita popping off. Takes down the other top European Protoss players. Showtime and MaxPax go down to SKillous. And now we have another PvP. The PvPs continue here. SKillous now going up against the best Protoss in Korea. Now going up against herO. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of King's Cove, we have the we have the red Protoss player. We have representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. I know the graphic is. I'll fix it. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Green Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is herO. Sorry, just setting up the player icons. One moment, beautiful. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As again, it did happen off stream, or it did happen, I should say, in another portion of the bracket. But SKillous here tonight, he has been on a tear in the PvP matchup. SKillous, he took down Showtime, he took down MaxPax. The only other top Protoss that he hasn't brought down is his current opponent. So SKillous has been going through that PvP gauntlet, really showing off his skill. And we'll see if herO can stop him, or if he will fall like all the others. As I'm a little bit surprised, King's Cove is one of the more vetoed maps in the map pool, and herO setting up for a cheeky pylon. Show us what you got. Oh, he delays the cyber core. Let's go. 2-gate opener out of herO, 2-gate opener out of SKillous. Probe is dipping in, and we're setting up for that pylon, for that proxy. And there it is. Again, King's Cove is one of the larger maps in the map pool. This is actually our first time casting it here tonight. Again, it's often vetoed. Often vetoed. I mean, a lot of the larger maps are referring to King's Cove, Neon Violet Square, Abyssal Reef. They often are vetoed. Not here, though. Not this time. And are we committing to the robo? Now, as a reminder, the Cybercore was delayed, true. So this will slightly delay the tech. And here it comes. There's that robo. One base all in out of herO is committing. And SKillous has yet to confirm. And again, it's such a large map. It can be so difficult to get eyes on this. As SKillous, he scouts. He's aware that the pylon is missing. Is it real? Is it a fake? He's checking. Checks the center location. Scouting on the right-hand side. We know it's in the center of the map. So there's not really a high chance that SKillous is going to find it. He's still searching. And does SKillous expand? Does he play it safe? Blue Station moves out. Barely will miss the proxy. Ay, ay, ay. Again, he's scouting, checking towards the south. Still scouting the top side as well. Here comes the Immortal production. And SKillous, he will now confirm that there's nothing at home. So he won't confirm the proxy itself, but upon seeing nothing at home, he'll be aware. Yep, there's no tech, there's no pylon, there's no expansion. He knows. He knows there's an all-in coming his way. We need a robo. We need something back at home. There it is. Robo's on the way. But it was a Nexus before robo. It was still an economic build, which is exactly what herO wanted. So SKillous in a bit of trouble here. Mortal's on the way. Prism as well. herO's pushing in. And SKillous, he's going to have to abandon that natural. The Immortal has arrived. Or can we force field the Immortal in? Can we focus it down? The Immortal, it is locked down, and looks like it can be targeted. There's not enough DPS. Not enough firepower. It's going to be close. Oh, can he get it? Up, up. He can. The sentries, they barely bring it down. Did cost SKillous 2 of those Stalkers. Nice warp in. Saving those sentries, going for the recall. Oh no! Can he save them? Oh, he barely can. Very clutch play there by SKillous. Very clutch. Saves the sentries. But had to invest so much into locking down that first Immortal. And it might still just be too much. It might be too much here. Shield battery is done. Immortal's halfway done as well. SKillous needs more time. When hero's going for the pylon. Going for the production. But now SKillous otherwise distracted. The pylon goes down. Immortal has arrived. Does have that shield battery. SKillous is barely holding on. He is holding. At this one, he has to give up on his natural. Was a little bit greedy to overlap that Nexus finish. And herO will bring it down. That's a big investment. Pushing up the ramp. Has high ground vision. Going for the gateway. Force fields. Oh, they don't quite lock down the sentries. SKillous will barely save them. So I'll save the sentries. Gateway will fall. SKillous not quite locking anything down. Get the micro. Saving the sentries. Ooh, one sentry goes down for SKillous. A brutal loss. Every unit counts. Behind this backup, Stargate's on the way. Okay. Going for the Stargate. Bold move, just one gateway. And here he does force his way in. Diving on the Immortals. We'll be able to save them. Jump that big on micro. Oh no! Oh my god. As he gets so low. And as I get into the middle line, Probe's going to be going down as well. SKillous getting torn apart here. Pulled back into his base. Losing 5 probes. herO now to 3 Immortals. Okay, he's going to go down. Oh my god. 1 Immortal falls as well. Massive pickup. SKillous down to 2. That's 2 Immortals. And again, there's no more warp-ins. SKillous sees supply block. Voider is on the way. Yeah, he gets broken. GG gets called. herO. He breaks through and herO will take a lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, it was just an unfortunate late scout out of SKillous. If you remember, he had a late realization as to what was going on. Because that SKillous, he went for a Nexus before the Robo. So his Robo was delayed. He, of course, invested into a base that didn't really come into play either. So just a bit of a rougher start there for SKillous. And with that, herO does break through. And with that, herO takes a lead. Whew, but of course, as a reminder, it's a best of 3. We can bounce back. I expect this to be a short series, I'll be honest. Isn't a bad thing. But we'll see if SKillous can bounce back. I'm hoping for the ace match. Hoping for game 3. Bring us back, baby. Este Jimmy. Oh my god. SKillous defeated MaxPax. He did. He clowned all over the other European Protosses. I mean, I say that. He went to the ace match against Showtime. 2-0'd MaxPax. I'm hoping one of the other casters did cover those matches. I'm hoping at least. Can they get the triple crown of Protoss? True. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the red Protoss player. We have the Protoss from Team Liquid. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. The pressure is on. It is SKillous. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. 1 game away from making it to the grand finals. It is herO. We go. Este Jimmy. Here we go. As welcome one and all to Amygdala. Once again, Amygdala is one of the larger maps in the map pool. I would say it's more difficult to pull off proxies on this map, but my eyes are on herO. herO does have some cheeky builds here that he does like to embrace. Are we headed towards the top side? Are we going for the proxy pylon? Show us what you got. Does keep his probe hidden. And so far, it looks like a fake out. Does look like a fake out. Probe is revealed. Diving into the main. 2 gate open out of herO, 2 gate open out of SKillous. Pylon is hidden, but is still on herO's side of the map. And there's that pylon. Now, we could see a proxy Stargate here. Like, this wouldn't be the worst location for, like, Stargate into Oracle across the map. But this shouldn't be a commitment. We'll keep an eye on herO, though. We'll see. We'll see how he follows this up. Does keep the probe in position. Cybercore is done. What do you have for us? What do you got? As herO does start up his initial double adept. Show us the Stargate. We have the gas. And there it is, Stargate opener. Again, this makes the most sense. So it's slightly closer by air, so slightly faster Oracle across the map. SKillous, of course, he's aware. He knows that the pylon is missing, I should say. And it could be another proxy robo, could be another one base all in. It's on SKillous to find out. Behind this, opening up Stalker Sentry. Hallucination, moving out towards the south side. Shuts down the probe. And we'll expand. Throw down the expansion. Devs are moving out. herO trying to make his way in is denied. Do have a robo follow up at a herO. So hero's going to make up for his lack of Blink Stalkers with Immortals, as SKillous is working towards Blink. Blink is on the way. Now securing himself. herO also expanding. And we can sink our teeth into this PvP. No crazy cheese early on. Still aggressive at a herO. Like, the goal here is to get economic damage and to get ahead. We have adepts that are going to be ideally distracting SKillous. And the Oracle will head towards the main. Ooh, as herO, he's banking up his Oracles. He's banking up. Depths are keeping SKillous busy. Oracles move out. SKillous' army does move out here alongside his workers. The natural waste exposed! And probes are going down. He gets one, he gets two, he gets three. 4, 5, almost 5 probes going down. Getting to 5, 6, 7. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, solid damage here from herO. Does pull away, cripples the economy, and keeps both Oracles alive. So a strong start for herO. Back at home, building up those Immortals, as we did mention. Now, SKillous will gain map control. It's going to be on SKillous to get some counter damage done, potentially deny and contain herO, get into a third base. There are ways to recover, but the pressure is on SKillous. That's a War Prism. Uh-oh. herO, he might be going for an earlier move out. Meanwhile, the Oracles, they come back in. That's going to be another 5 probes. Not like this. Another 5 workers go down. SKillous, he pokes in. But I believe herO, he intends to push. Because we have a 3-gate setup. Now a second Immortal. And herO, he's not expanding. He's building up his army. He's going to push out. SKillous being proactive. Hoping to catch any stray units. He finds a Stargate. Attempts a force field. Some trade so far. Oh. SKillous, he does commit. Gets a volley up and he will barely not get the Prism. Ay, ay, ay. Prism does survive. Saves the Immortals. Here he will take the better fight. Ice control. Again, one shot away and GG gets caught. SKillous, he committed so hard there. Doesn't break through. And herO, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. I mean, SKillous, he lost so many probes in the lead up to that game state, and he was not rebuilding, not remaking. He was hyper committed to the point where he dove on that Prism, did not quite get it, wasn't worth it. GG, herO will take it. GG, well played. A very short series, very short best of 3. I was hoping to get into a longer game state, but those Oracles, they did some crippling damage. What was that? What, 12 workers going down? It was insane how many workers were lost to those 2 Oracles. Especially considering that the Oracles survived as well. And back at home, herO, he was safe and sound. He was building up the Immortals, defended beautifully. GG. GG, well played. herO does hold. And I don't want to take away from SKillous. SKillous, he's knocked out of the tournament, but SKillous, he played very well here. He played very well in this week's WardiTV Monday. Even though it happened off stream, or at least off our stream, I'm sure maybe it was covered by some of the other casters. SKillous, he did take down Showtime and MaxPax this tournament, which is not easy whatsoever, not easy to make it to the semifinals. May have gone down to herO, but again, this is more of an aggressive series. I'm sure against MaxPax and against Showtime, it was more of the mid-game oriented play. We saw more back and forth, kind of like a longer setup with 3-4 bases even. Here is an animal. He's like, here's an animal, papi. Oh my god. Short, fast games, proxies in both games as well. Just hyper aggression. Very different kind of player. And with that, we're getting into our grand finals. Here we go. We have a best of 5 here between our top Terran and our top Protoss. It is going to be Clem versus herO. Let's go. And that best of 5 vetoes are underway, and we'll soon be jumping into our final series. Sorry, just catching up. SKillous tours MaxPax and gets toured by herO. Crazy. I mean, herO and MaxPax are very different kind of players, right? Like, especially in PvP. I mean, I say especially in PvP. In every matchup, really. Like, MaxPax, he's more greedy, right? In Protoss versus Protoss, he's more greedy. He's more economic when it comes to his openers. Very rarely, if never, I don't think I've ever seen MaxPax go for, like, proxy robo one-base all-in or proxy Stargate. That's just not really MaxPax's style. So he's just a very different kind of player in this matchup, more so than herO, where herO is clearly more aggressive, right? So, different kind of games, I'm sure. Which is why we appreciate both herO and MaxPax, right? Like, they're the top 2 Protoss players, and they both have very different skill sets. They provide very different games in every matchup, whether it's against Protoss, Terran, or against Zerg. They're kind of like the yin and yang, if you will. Similar to like Serral and Raynor, for example. Similar. I would say that there's a little bit more overlap with Raynor and Serral than with herO and MaxPax. But regardless, vetoes are underway. Just catching up. But yeah, hope you've all been enjoying yourselves. Oh, thank God, I don't have to play against MaxPax. Oh my God. Este Nikita. And here we go, you can hear the beeps. Vetoes have concluded. And we're jumping into that first game. Let's go. And again, we've seen these two face off many, many times throughout the past couple of weeks. They actually played most recently in the Lima League, last week. Which did go the way of our Terran player here. We'll see if herO can bring it back. Let's go. Ooh, did the stream go down again? God, what's happening? I have 0 drop frames on OBS. Aye. Anyway, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the French Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. The reigning world champion, the best player in the world, and spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, we have the South Korean Protoss representing Weibo Gaming. It is herO. And we're opening up with a proxy. Let's go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gambit time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we are opening up with a proxy 2-gate. I mean, I guess I feel like I'm reiterating what I said earlier. You know, MaxPax versus Clem, we see a little more mid-game play. Here with herO, nah, we cheese, we proxy. Let's go. The gateways have been thrown down, and herO, he's hoping for an economic opener. It's going to be double gasser. Double gas out of Clem, going for a faster factory. Delayed CC from our Terran player here, but we'll see what herO can accomplish with this proxy. We shall see. But again, when it comes to our end here, I mean, I have like 0 drop frames, like everything is fine in OBS. It's just, unfortunately, Twitch servers. So for those that are curious, recently we have been casting and using the Japanese Twitch server instead of the Australian one in the mornings, but I may have to just permanently just switch over to the Japanese servers if this continues. Feels Australian Twitch servers, man. There we go. We do have our gases being taken. Cybercore behind this. Going to be double zealot initially. Eventually into those stalkers. We're getting there. Getting there. Gonna Reaper moves out. CC on the high ground. Ideally, herO would have loved to have delayed and forced a cancel, but again, there is no CC in sight. Very safe play out of Clem. Dips into the main. Nothing at home to defend. Probes are under fire. Meanwhile, the Zealots have to commit. They're going for the add-on. Can he break through? Clutch repairs, but limited service area. Yeah, the wall is under fire. Back at home. Probes are going down. Getting 2 probe kills already. 2 probes do full shield batteries done. herO, he defends. He defends, and can he knock down that wall? Stalkers are on the way. They can maybe focus on some of the SCVs. First Zealot is going to go down. Going for the Marines. Yeah, Cyclone's on the way as well, and Clemmy's holding. Clemmy's holding on. He does knock the Zealot over. Let's go. Does not go over the wall. Is going to be shut down. And with the route of the Cyclone, he should be fine. Gets a lock on the Zealots. Nope. Getting 3 SCVs. And it is a bit of a messy defense here, but a defense nonetheless. As Zealots are cleaned up, herO has to back off. Behind this, as a reminder, his production is out in the open. herO is committed, making more stalkers. So far, Clem hasn't really sustained any major losses, just 3 SCV kills. herO is still committed. Still trying to rally. Oh. Catching out the Zealots, catching out the Adepts. Now we're up to 2 Cyclones. As the Cyclone count gets higher, I mean, things are getting more and more bleak here for herO. Clem could even try to chase this down. That tank is on the way. And Clem is just ensuring there is no expansion. He's in position. Forcing a defensive warp in. herO trying to transition out of this, trying to expand. And hero's behind. He's in a rough place. Now, I say that the goal for herO at this point is contain. If he can delay the natural for as long as possible and get his own up and running, then he can recover. But as I say that, nice force field. Shuts down the Marines. 3 Marines going down. Tank does siege. Adept shades in. And Clem expands. Again, it was all about delaying the expansion. Massive tank shots going off. Brutal losses here for herO. As stalkers are going down, the lock-ons are insane. And here he can only micro so much against this. Yeah, the Cyclones, they barely survive. And the problem here is that herO, he can't just back off. He needs to get some kind of damage. Gets an SCV. It's something. Oh god. He's forced back. GG gets called. Not enough damage. And Clem, he will take game number 1. GG. GG will play it again. herO, he was hoping for Clem to have gone for something more economic. As a reminder, Clem, he opened up double gas. Double gas opener, what does that mean? That means a delayed CC, a faster factory, which means faster Cyclones as well. Likewise, Clem, when he did expand, he went for the CC on the high ground. So just really safe play there out of Clem. And herO, of course, he blindly went proxy 2 gates. Clem blindly opened up very safely, and yeah, with that, Clem, he started things off with a massive advantage, massive lead. There was always potential for herO to maybe get some SCVs and still break into the main, but Clem had just some very secure control, very secure micro. GG. GG, well played. Clem, he defends, and Clem takes the lead. Now we're getting into game number 2. I don't expect a proxy 2 gate at all in this series from here on forward. Even if we go all the way to the ace match, I don't expect it this once again. It's usually something you do once in a series. Now we're loading into Amygdala. Let's go. One of the larger maps of the map pool. Here we go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have our French Terran player, our blue Terran representing Team Liquid. leading the series 1-0. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player representing Weibo Gaming WBG. It is herO. Same as you did see was, why does herO keep trying this against Clem? I mean, again, here he was just hoping that Clem would maybe just be a little bit overconfident and open up more economically. I mean, really wise of Clem to play safe. I feel like if you're up against herO, just play safe, you know, just calm down. No need to take a risk. Now, if we did see something more economic, then Amygdala would make sense, just because the rush distance by ground is longer. But despite that, yeah, double gas. Double gas opener, 2 games in a row. Despite the size of the map, Clem still playing it a little bit safer here, closer to the chest. We might even see a CC on the high ground again. Might even see that again here. Meanwhile, herO this time, no proxy. No proxy. Going for his own natural. Going for a gate expand. This I like. Straight up gate expand here from herO before the cybercore. So herO cutting corners, opening up a little bit more greedily here, more economic. Likewise, Clem going to be going reactor first. No SCV scout, no Reaper scout, reactor first. Into factory. Into a later Hellion scout. And again, this is often seen here by a lot of the top Terran players in TVP, especially on these larger maps. Just a different way of being greedy in a sense. Can be risky, don't get me wrong. Oh, actually, never mind, going Reactor Reaper, okay. I assumed we were just going to go straight into Marine into a CC. Reactor Reaper initially. We'll see if herO can keep up. As that command center on the way. Have our Reaper Hellion here in production for Clem. Likewise, herO didn't probe Scout either. Twilight counts are open out of herO, working towards Blink. He is on patrol. Clem initially scouting for proxies. Making sure he's safe. Checking the standard proxy locations. And he's waiting for his second wave. Getting up to 4 Reapers and 2 Hellions. And ideally, this army does want to get into a mineral line. Does want to wreak havoc. Here, he is going to be lacking SimCity here at the natural. This pylon was further back. Getting up into his 2-gate setup. Hallucination does confirm the 1-1-1. Here comes the initial army. Shield battery's done. Likewise, there's also a force field. He has a sentry. Reapers, they dive into the main. It's going to be here to split up between the main base and the natural. Threads the mineral line. Hellions diving in. Going for the Stalker. And he barely does not get it. Whew, does pull away in time, but alas, the Hellions, they bust into the mineral line and probes are going down. Getting 3 probes so far. Do they line up? They somewhat line up. Oh my god. Another volley doesn't go up. 3 probe kills is okay damage, but it's a one-way trip, and then there's no way out of this. Reapers are being shut down, and he will lose everything. That was a 4 Reapers and 2 Hellions for 5 probes, almost a 1-to-1 trade. Not ideal. herO holds, herO defends. And Clem backs off. Now, at least Clem got some scatting information, true. It's going to be, what, 2-gate blink? 2 gateways so far to herO. Did I say, oh my god, that also expecting. I mean, of course, he has 2 more gases, so very gas intensive. He will delay his 3rd base in favor of a Robo, not into Colossus, but a Robo into a Templar Archives instead. Into Storm. Let's go. Clem, he didn't see the gases, so he doesn't know how tech-heavy his opponent's being. For all he knows, there could be a 3rd base. 3rd is now on the way. But again, it's a 3rd base after the tech, not before. So this is more tech-heavy out of herO. Clem back at home, getting ready for a Stalker counterattack. He's got his tanks building up. The Raiders moving out. And he was just chilling at home. Just chilling back at home. Here comes that storm. And I'm waiting for that War Prism alongside this. Here it comes. Here comes the Prism. Oh, do you see what I see? I see a Storm drop, Pappy. Let's go. Let's go. Storm drop going to be on the way. Clem, meanwhile, headed towards that natural. Stalkers are somewhat in position. You ready for this? Clem behind this going for a third CC. Building up towards the mid game. And embracing his bio. Just building up at the moment, waiting for that War Prism. Here we go, it has arrived. We load up, and we push across the map. Only one High Templar. I would have assumed 2. Never mind. There we go. I was like, what's going on? We're leaving them behind, Pappy. There we go. 2 High Templar moving out for the Storm drop, as we did mention. Oh, never mind. On patrol. Waiting for what comes next. I mean, Clem is just going to be establishing his third. And herO doesn't move out. We're chilling. Chilling back at home. Massive gateway explosion. Getting to charge lots. And herO being a little more tentative instead. Does stay back. He's building up his army. And we're just going to expand. Okay, we're just chilling out. Taking a third base. Both players are. Now here comes the War Prism. The Observer does get eyes on the main army. And herO, he's going for the bio? Okay. Oh, gets a feedback. Not bad. Pulls the feedback off. The rest of the army's on the way. He does reinforce. He does try to commit. Storms a zone away. They zone for now. As a reminder, we have 9 gateways behind this, if I'm not mistaken. 10 gateways even. Jesus. They get him to 10 gateways. Does dive in. Diving on the tanks. Tanks are exposed, and they're going down. And herO, he does break through. He's got a couple storms left. Oof. Shuts down the Marines. The tank does hold, though. And Clem, he defends. Barely. I mean, he's down to 2 Marauders and 1 tank. But he's holding on. He's surviving. Alas, herO, he's not done. Another warping of Zealots. Going for the tank. This time he will get it. Massive storms. Storms do connect. But the Marauders, they survive. And with reinforcements, it looks like Clem, he's going to shut this down. I mean, I thought herO had enough initially, but never mind. Liberation has arrived. He has freedom. Reinforcements as well. Boys are being pulled. A couple of SCs are falling. But now with 2 Liberators, Clem holds. Only losing 4 SCVs. Impressive. Clem, calm down. I mean, you could argue that the attack from herO was a little bit lopsided, as he was still like rallying reinforcements across the map. But still, Clem, he does hold. Maintains a greater economy. And herO, remember, he had built up to 10 gateways for this push. He's still moving in. Oh. Going for the storm. Again, he gets 1 Marine. The Marauders, they can take the storms to the face. They're fine. They can tank the storms. Server goes down. 1 of them. herO continuing to reinforce. Moving in. Double Forge behind this. Trying to build up his upgrades. Trying to catch up. Oh, better storms here on the bio. Yeah, storms, they do pop up. herO diving on top of the army. Trying to drag those mine shots. And he does get into the mineral line. I should say he's trying to. Ooh, another storm. And Clem being zoned away. Despite that, boys are being pulled after the storms run out. There's 1 storm left. Oh my god. Takes down 9 SCVs. Not a bad storm. Despite that, Clem is still ahead. He still has a better worker count, a better economy, has mules as well. Clem holds. And here he just lost his War Prism. No more reinforcements. No more reinforcements to herO. He's playing with fire. He has to get the hell out of here. Observer gets sniped. Here getting a 4th base. And we're building up. Now, as we settle into a longer game state, Clem, he does have a lead. Whether it comes to his economy, whether it comes to his tech, he's got 2-2 on the way. Ghost production has begun. herO, he's just now getting into 1-1 upgrades. Remember, he did skip his forges, did skip all of his upgrades in favor of that timing. It was basically a 3-base all-in. He had to do more damage. He was hoping to kill Clem, and he failed to do so. So as time goes on, it's getting better and better for our Terran player. Things looking more dire for herO. He can still pop over those storms, don't get me wrong, but still just a lot of pressure on him. As the War Prism has arrived, here is still reinforcing. No gases at the 3rd, no gases at the 4th. Just mass zealot behind this. Mass charge thoughts. Just trying to bait out those Widow Mines. Going for the storm dive. Up, up. Oh my god. Be careful. Scan reveals the 4th. Clem is aware. Zoning storm in the bio. There's 2 storms left. Get an okay feedback. So it goes down once again. And here he cannot push into this, not head on. So Clem is breaking out. Here he does try to commit. Dives on the army. Not quite worth it. Clem is going to expose himself as he expands. So here he can dive with the army. The Widow Mines are a little bit too far behind. Catching out Marauders. Almost a ghost. So fighting here out in the open is maybe the best chance for herO. As he pulls back. Does pull away. Clem moves out. Widow Mines are repositioning. Still plenty of storms. That's a lot of mines though. They have mine shells, they bubble, they shut down the zealots. Yeah, zealots, they just melt. Nice EMPs here on the High Templar. Storms are denied. And here he plummets in supply. There's no storms behind this. EMPs were insane. Then they're once again pulling away. Does pull back. Another storm coming in. And Diesel Storm in the Marines. Again, Clem does hold. Here is still reinforcing, still pushing in. We have a Robo on the way. Bay as well, working towards Colossus. Trying to work towards a more consistent form of splash damage. Right now, just heavily reliant on these storms. They have not been good enough. The armies, they dance with each other. herO going for his own drop. So Romai's on the way. Here he does spot the drop. And both players are maxing out. But again, we have 3-3 on the way for Clem. Still has the greater upgrades. Nice EMP. herO is going to commit. Diving on the army. Does dive in. Takes some mine shots to the face. But he's getting on top of the ghost. Vikings forced to land. Massive storm on the Vikings. Immortals, they shut down the planetary. And here is, sorry, Clem's being forced back. At the same time, going for a counterattack. Storm zoning away, forcing the recall. Clem, he commits. Oh, he does. The medevac survives. Jumps into the main. Getting more economic damage, and he's pushing towards that north base as well. And Clem, he has map control, he has momentum. herO's out of position. Clem, he doesn't know about top left. Doesn't know about the expansion. Does commit in. Denies the warp in. Takes down the pylon. Warp in is denied. Immortals are exposed. It takes down 1. Takes down 2. So Immortals do fall. But the base is being saved. Oh my god, the mine shots are brutal. But here he's holding. He's holding on. And again, Clem, he hasn't scouted that fresh mining base. He's not aware. Still out trading herO though. herO did at least kill the 4th. Now being retaken. As Clem up, he doesn't. He's denied the scout. So they're not trading those stalkers. herO working towards disruptors, not Colossus. First disruptor has arrived. The scan still didn't reveal the production. And Clem retreats. Clem backs off, rebuilding his 4th. Double expanding, going for the gold. And even though herO is down in supply, I mean, thanks to the base that's been left alone, he can still recover. And again, disruptors that can make up for a smaller army as well. Novas, they can pop off. Here he rotates. So does Clem. Then taking the 5th. herO, he has to be careful to be surrounded. Clem stims in. And who surrounds who? So I'll say collapse in the army. 2 Novas are available. I see CMPs though. Trades well against the Zealots. The armies, they back off. He retreat. Nova takes down the Ghost. 3 Novas left. Down to 2. Oh, these are brutal losses here for herO, bleeding out 2 disruptors. 3 disruptors down to 1. 1 disruptor left. That's going to be targeted down. Losing all 4 disruptors. Ay, ay, ay. Don't like this. Oh, the mine shots are brutal. The Zealots, they just crumble. And Clem is pushing in. And there's nothing to stop him. There's no storm. There's no disruptors. 1 disruptor rallies in. It's going to go down as well. And Clem has done it. He has broken the back of herO. There's 1 High Templar warping in. He's got 1 storm. Now another. Does have the NG overcharge. He won't save the base. He won't save the expansion. I mean, hero's economy has been sustaining him for this long, but losing all those disruptors was brutal. He had potential, but only potential. As Clem, he's not backing up. He's not slowing down. Takes down another base. herO taking Clem's expansion. Let's go. Doing what he can. And hey, he's gonna get some SCVs, but not the most important mining base here from Clem. Does race back home. Turns back around. 7 SCV kills. Not bad. Catch some reinforcements. Diving on the libs. Just a handful of units here. And the Colossus has arrived. Just herO doing what he can to buy time. At the same time, though, Clem, he forces the recall. And this expansion should be a tell. Should be like, oh, sorry, Clem should be like, hey, why are you taking the space? Oh, you have top left. You have to. You must. Say, oh, I see. I mean, herO with a couple of well-placed Novas, he can still try to pull this off. He can bring it back. Once again, diving on the army. Mine shots popping up. Forcing back the buyer. Once again, here he's committed. Zones the army away, takes down the CC. Gets an expansion. Meanwhile, Clem comes in from behind. Massive storm. Oh my god. Takes the storm to the face. herO, he trades well. But he did lose everything here. Lost the High Templar, lost the Disruptors, down to 1 Colossus. It was still a costly trade. He's not stopping, he's not slowing down. He's pretty committed here. And can he get on top of the production? Takes down the bunker. Mine shot popping up. The longer this goes on, the better it's going to be for Clem. The boys are being pulled. And massive EMP. Takes down all the immortal to Colossus as well. Brutal losses for herO. He's still going though. He's still sending it. Remember, a lot of the army suppliers and medevacs. Not in the bio. But it's still going to be too much. Clem, he holds. Oh my god, the warpins. Warping in 10 zelts at a time. No shot. Can herO do this? Can he bring this back? Can he reset the ghost count? Once again, diving in. Mine shots take off. Nice kiting here out of Clem. He's run out of steam. Here, he's run out of steam. Warping into 8 more cells, and Warpin is denied. And herO has nothing left, down to 3 Stalkers. Again, his win condition was to break into the main. If he could get into the main base and get on top of the production, he could have won the game. Despite the economy, despite all these bases, that would have been a killing blow. But alas, Clem, he holds. Clem, he holds on. He survives. He perseveres, and he breaks the expansion. GG gets called, and Clem will take a 2-0 lead in the grand finals. GG. Clem will take a lead. Again, herO, he was like borderline all in on the entire game. As a reminder, initially he went for an 10 gate kind of storm timing. Just committed here at the third base where he somewhat traded but wasn't quite able to get the damage he was hoping for. From there he fell behind. He did sneak out another expansion though, which was able to allow him to recover. Was able to maintain himself. And when he got into his disruptors, he had potential, but we saw it was a little bit lackluster. He was losing so many disruptors throughout the course of that mid-game. So despite that, he wasn't able to recover. Still was quite close towards the end, as he was so close to breaking into the main, but alas, Clem, he pulled the boys. He survived. Did make it. GG. With that, we're loading into Game 3. I'm hoping for an extended series. I'm hoping for a back and forth. We have seen herO force the ace match out of Clem before, and we've even seen herO defeat Clem before in recent months. But alas, he's up against the wall, and Clem, he only needs one more win here to claim the series and become this week's WardiTV Monday champion. One more game is all he needs. Let's go. As we're loading into one of the larger maps of the map pool, we're loading into King's Cove. Again, one of the more vetoed maps as well, but in a best of 5, less vetoes. True. We did not see Abyssal Reef at all this tournament. No Abyssal Reef, no Neo Violet Square. I mean, for good reason, but not at all. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of King's Cove, we have the French Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid, leading the series 2-0. It is Clem. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is herO. Why didn't herO rest on his eco lead? Because then he wouldn't be herO, then he would be MaxPax. He had to commit, Fappy. But there was a lot of urgency on herO, just to reiterate what was happening. Despite herO maybe like sneaking out an extra base here and there and having an economy that allowed him to sustain himself, the reality is that the upgrades attack was not in favor of herO, so there was just so much pressure on him to push in, to trade, to fight. Which is why he just was unrelenting there. And hey, at times he almost broke Clem. Almost did break him. And now though, we're settling into King's Cove. Again, one of the larger maps in the map pool. When it comes to King's Cove, the 3-base setup is very secure. I'm referring to the natural and the third base. The reason for this is because into the natural, there's a very narrow choke point, very narrow ramp coming into it, so very defendable. Likewise, a much smaller ramp here towards the third base as well, smaller compared to Frostline, for example, or even Whispers of Gold. So it's a little bit more narrow, more defendable, and your 3-base setup is quite secure. The 4th base is a different story. The 4th base, especially the center location, is very exposed, very wide open. Even the linear 4th base as well is a little bit less defendable. So typically we have more passive early games into more aggressive kind of mid games, or more aggression contention towards the 4th base. It's typically how things go here. I say typically because herO looks like he's going for a proxy Stargate. Cybercore is done. Show us what you got. there it is, proxy Stargate. Here he's quite fond of this, which is why Clem is checking. He's scouting, looking for the proxy location. The standard proxy location would have been here at the 4th, but he throws it down at the 5th instead. So Clem is scouting, is checking. He will barely miss it. I say herO does enjoy this just because I think in almost every best of that we cast between herO and Clem, we see proxy Stargate at least once. Like, it's very common. Very common. And the goal here is for oracles. For oracles, they get into the mineral line, get into the main base, and wreak havoc. And so far, Clem is unaware. Gonna be zoned away. Behind this, getting to zone 111. Marine production so far, and there's potential for herO. Is potential damage. Does find the Reaper. Reaper goes down, nice pickup. Scout is denied. Because this Clemmy does not get into the main, Clemmy doesn't know that the tech is missing. Doesn't know what's going on. Here comes that Oracle. So far, a strong start for herO. And we'll see what he can get done. Does dive into the mineral line. SCV is going to be going down. Likewise, Depsay do distract here at the natural. Shading into the mineral line. SCVs are falling. So far, getting 3 SCV kills. Mine shots going off, but Epshot dealt with. But that's still a mule and 4 SCVs. Oh, 3 even. 3 SCVs and a mule. Not bad. Oracle does survive. And we have a second Oracle on the way. Now, Widow Mines are in position. We have one here in the main. And one at the natural. Oracle dips in. Gets an SCV. Oh my god. Has to be careful. Gets 3. Gets 3 up to... Up! Almost up to 4. Nice damage. And again, Clemmy's across the map. He commits. Jumps across the map instead. 4 or 5 SCV kills. Very delicate micro out of herO. Very nice damage. Gets 8 workers in total and a mule. But across the map, we'll lose a pylon. But he should hold on to that expansion. herO should be all over this. Does preserve that Stalker. Stalker save, drop into the main. herO, he's supply blocked. Oh! Oracle does survive. herO's holding. Getting into triple Oracle. Jesus. Getting into triple Oracle. That's Clem doing whatever he can here to try to force energy out of those Oracles. Rallying across the map. Brings down another pylon, at least trying to. Oh, gets an Oracle. Gets 1, gets 2. Gets 2 Oracles, but bleeds out the entire army. Clem being forced back. Being forced back home, and even though Clemmy does trade, herO, he saves the 3rd. He saves his 3rd base. They make 3 probes at a time. herO, he should be able to maintain his economic lead. And Clem is bleeding out more Marines. And he was hoping for a better trade. The Cyclone's going to go down. Massive pickup. And herO, can he break the natural? There's 1 bunker. Bunker, handful of Marines. Okay, 2nd Cyclone has arrived. Has been rebuilt. Clem, he's holding on. He's holding. And from here, herO, he doesn't have to push in. I feel like if he does push in, it'd be a bit of an overstep or a bit of a mistake here. Just contain. Just calm down. Just contain, Clem. Embrace his 3rd. 4th base is on the way. Bay as well. Charge. We should be seeing Forge. Yeah, Forge into upgrades. herO just taking up. Building up his economy. Getting further ahead. The supplies are similar for now, but that will soon change. As everything gets up and running here for herO. And there's not much more pressure on Clem. Now he does have a 3rd CC, so no 2 base all in. Clem, he will be expanding. Again, we are loading into a much larger map here in King's Cove. So Clem, he might just try to ride this out. and try to macro out of this. Meanwhile, here he has vision everywhere. Jesus. Got spotted pylons or spotted probes. Hallucination or Phoenix on patrol. Oh, catching at the fire. Once again, a much better trade of a herO, locking down the Marines. Here he reinforces with more zealots. Clem, he does take his third. As here he does commit. Ooh, overextending a little bit here. Again, here he has no reason to push into the third. I mentioned earlier that the third base is a little more defendable, the fourth base less so. So here he just has to calm down and contain. Just contain Clem on 3 bases. From here he can just get a fifth. Get a 5th base, 2nd Robo, double Colossus production. There it is, 5th is on the way. Double Forge. Just calm down, baby, calm down. See, the problem here, we mentioned it earlier, like everything within every fiber of hero's being is telling him to just ape up into the army. He wants to push in, we can see. But maybe we don't have to, it's okay. We just take a breath. Chill out. 4th base on the way for Clem. Decent force fields. Once again, slowing him down. Disruptor production has begun. 2nd Robo. 5th base getting saturated. And the only threat for herO, the only threat here is drop play. So nice revelation. Here he has the Observer, the Phoenix, the Probe, the Proxy. Just has to make sure there's no drop play moving out. That's all he has to be concerned with. It's like, oh, but Clem, he's getting into like Ghost production and 2-2 and the army. He's like, that's fine. Let him do what he wants. Just calm down. Gets a Widowmine, not bad. Bleeds out a Stalker. Gets an extra Marine. More Disruptors building up. Here he wants his Widowmines. There he goes up. Gets 3! 3 Widowmines, not bad. And here we go. Now Clem expands, and this is where herO can fight. Going to be reinforcing, and Clem, he will be exposing himself here, trying to expand. Has to reposition his Widowmines, his tanks, and he has to move down to the low ground. He has to move down into herO, which is what herO wants. herO setting up the concave. herO setting up for the surround, waiting for more disruptors, and he's collapsing in. He will commit. Widowmines get caught out. He just dives on the army. There's only one tank behind this. No Novas yet. Where are the Novas? There we go. They zone the army away. I mean, he has control of the low ground. The tank will fall. Still a rough trade for herO. Does beat out the Colossus. And what's a bit of an awkward engagement. Disruptor goes down, but here come the reinforcements. Colossus are exposed. Uh-oh. Okay, yeah, they're fine. And from here, the 4th base, it should go down. herO just zoning the army away. Will zone. Planetary does fall. herO falling back. Nice snipe on the Colossus. The Colossus, more reinforcements on the way. And here he maintains the position. And this is all he has to do. GG gets called, takes out the 4th base, and herO he fights back. We have a series. We're getting into game number 4. Whew. GG. A very strong start from herO. Again, just crippling the economy, diving on in with those oracles, likewise deflecting the counterattack. And with that, herO he gained map control real fast, real quick. And all he had to do was just chill, calm down, and fight at the 4th. Just fired the 4th base. GG, well played. Again, the 4th base is just so, even without the early lead that herO had, the 4th base is so difficult to defend on King's Cove. It's just down on the low ground. It's exposed out in the open. Multiple angles of attack, as you saw from the left, from the top side. Just a very difficult expansion. And with that, GG. GG, well played. We're going to game 4. Let's go. Let us go. So just a lot of momentum early on there for herO. And again, as we mentioned, like the only real threat for herO was if Clem was able to somehow sneak out with like some drops and get across the map and force a recall. But alas, herO, he was all over it. And now we're loading into ley lines. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the French Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid, being forced into a series here, into game 4. We'll see if he can close it out, though. He still needs one more win, one more game to be our champion this week. It is Clem. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Weibo Gaming. Fighting back, one game away from forcing the ace match. It is herO. See in the chat, will there be replays available for the tournaments? We do give out replays to our subscribers and to our patrons, that is true, but only replays of events that we have permission to share. And currently, I believe we do not have permission for this event, for the WardiTV Monday. I believe Wardy gives out replays to his subscribers for this event. We do not give them out to ours. Not for the Wardy Weekly. Just as a heads up. As for now, we are going to be settling in. Calming down. No proxies. Not this time. Not yet. Just going to be opening up. I saw someone in the chat actually talking about Clem's Protoss. I think someone said like except Gumiho. That is not true. Clem, he's beaten every Terran player with his Protoss except for Maru. If you missed out on the bracket today, Clem did actually 2-0 Gumiho with his Protoss today in the WardiTV Monday. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. But Clem did confirm that he played Protoss against Gumiho. So again, like arguably Clem has the best PvT in the world, arguably. The only Terran that has survived him is Maru. That's because they just haven't played yet. I would love to see it though. I'd love to see Maru versus Clem in PvT, just because that's like the only player he hasn't beaten. Let's go. For now though, we are just calming things down. We have our take of choice. It's going to be a Twilight Council opener out of herO, Twilight Council into Blink. And Clem opening up economically with his natural on the low ground. So we can calm things down. We have our 1-1-1 follow-up. Reaper dips in, is zoned away. I believe at Clem he did not scout the tech. Not yet. But this time there's no crazy proxy, there's no oracle. I should also wind it back and say that one of the big reasons why, of course, herO was able to get ahead in that fight in that last game was the proxy oracle. It did go unscouted. It did catch Clem completely off guard. And if you recall, did kill, what was it, 12 SCVs? Like 12 or 13? No, sorry. I think I'm overstating that. I think it was 8. 8 SCVs and a mule. That's it. 8 SCVs and a mule. And then, of course, forced the committed counterattack at a Clem. So just a really strong start. Behind this, we have extra gateways on the way. Interesting. Blink is halfway done, and here he's getting up to a 3-gate setup. 2 gates in the main, and 1 gate at the natural. So 3-gate Blink out of herO for the first time this series, actually. We haven't really seen much, if any, Blink Stalker aggression out of herO so far. We've just had quirkier builds. So herO, he should soon be moving out, containing his opponent, and potentially getting some economic damage. Clem dips into the main. But herO's in position, and herO, he will shut this down. Not without the scout, though. Yeah, he sees. Clem, he doesn't just scout the Twilight Council, he sees all the gateways. So Clem, he's aware. He's getting ready. Nice Sim City. Tank is on the way. Bunker on the low ground. Clem is preparing. Here comes herO. Here moving out across the map. Third CC here for Clem. A bit of an earlier third CC. We'll see if we can get away with it. herO, he does take his gases at the natural. What does that mean? That means earlier tech. The bay before the third base. And herO, he does move out, but there is no Warp Prism. Just the Observer. So herO, he can blink into the main, but he can't really reinforce. So this is less committed here out of herO. Again, he's spending his resources on his tech and on his expansion. He does spot the tank. Blinks in. Laser Axe, not bad. The Laser Axe trying to force a cancel. Going for the add-on. Oh, good. He'll bleed out 2 Stalkers. Not as worth it for herO. I'd say shade into the mineral line. SCV's going down. That's going to be 5. That's a 5, 6, almost 7. 6 SCV's going down. We do have to count. There is no WCS Game Heart. So 6 SCV kills. Not bad. Really 5 SCVs because 1 worker went down in the main to the Stalkers. Meanwhile, herO taking up towards those Colossus. And we're building up. Here we're just keeping tabs on Clem. But again, just a light commitment here from herO. Has faster Colossus as a result. His first one's already popping out. herO's still being active. Remember, he cannot reinforce, but he's going to at least be active to catch any kind of move out. Any committed push, he'll be there. Go up. Hallucination gets shut down. Third base now being taken. Clem doesn't push out yet. And just vying for map control, looking for the army. Maintaining his 3-base setup. And herO will just take a faster 4th. Just rush into his 4th base. Disruptor production has begun. So far, we had more of a passive back and forth. I mean, I should also mention, welcome one to Ley Lines. Ley Lines is a pretty defendable map here. It's a smaller map, smaller compared to King's Cove, don't get me wrong. Smaller compared to King's Cove, compared to Abyssal Reef, near Violet Square. But very defendable nonetheless. There's a little points of elevation. There's a lot of high ground, a lot of ramps, a lot of choke points. So we do often see longer games on Ley Lines. And we're getting there. There's that second rover going to a greater Disruptor army. herO is still just chilling, building up. Both players are. Both players just calming down, expanding, macroing. herO is being active, don't get me wrong. But he shouldn't be committing. Yeah, he's just waiting for any kind of move out, hoping to catch an army. Mainly just posturing. Yeah, calming down. Dark Shrine on the way, getting into DTs. Likewise, Clem just getting a 4th base. We're just chilling. Which is a really weird kind of like change of pace just because this series has been so aggressive. Like every game so far, just hyper aggression from both sides. Here, we just agreed to like no rush 10 minutes. we're just gonna calm things down. My heart, Papi, my heart. Take a breath, build up. Ghost production has now begun here for Clem, or the Ghost Academy is almost complete. Vikings are on the way. And both players will soon max out. Soon max out. And we'll see how we push in. I'm loving the spread here by herO. He's got units towards the right, towards the left-hand side as well. Units are set up. go off. Nova's going off. Hero finally pushing in. Both armies are maxed. He's up to how many disruptors? Up to 8. 8 disruptors, 2 colossus. Now, from here, if we continue to be passive, and if Hero can sustain like this kind of army, I wouldn't be opposed to seeing like a fleet beacon and a Stargate. Otherwise, we should be seeing a 3rd robo. Up, speed. Hero, he's listening to the stream. He's like, I'll raise you a 3rd robo. He's getting to quadruple robo production. Crazy! Nova's going to be going off. Clem out of position. Yeah, nice Novas. Hero trading well. But again, he's got 4 robos on the way. Jesus. And that's how he can replace those disruptors after he will lose them. So he's doubling down on ground toss, not transitioning into the sky. He's moving in. Clem trying to set up a surround. I would say we'll send away the Vikings. I mean, he did overinvest into Vikings, forced to land. There was a pop-up. And once again, so many Novas. Oh my god! Hero a little bit trigger happy. No more Novas left on cooldown. Disruptors are going down. He gets 1, he gets 2. Yeah, 3 disruptor kills. Nice snipe shot from Clem. Hero getting too excited. But the Colossus, they come in to reinforce after the Viking count gets reset. Vikings going down to one after the other. Down to 2 Vikings. Down to 1. 1 Viking left. And you see Hero making 4 disruptors at a time. Autos harass here out of Clem. The Hero's diving in. The Novas, they pop up. They shut down some of the ghosts. There's about 3 Novas left. Running out of Zealots though. And we'll reinforce. More Zealots on the way. Clem's still up against the wall. But here he's waiting for those reinforcements. Still just making purely disruptor. Getting up to 10 disruptors. Soon to be 13. Mate, we need some gateway units here as well, you know. Very good. There we go. Zealots have arrived. Novas popping up, just perpetual Novas. And Hero, has he reached critical mass of disruptor? Planetary does survive. Novas do connect. As Clem is struggling. Hero down to how many? Down to 12. Weird. Sounds weird saying down to 12 disruptors, but yes. Oh my god. Did lose 1. It looks like 1 or 2. As this time the base is going to be broken. And Clem, he can only kite for so long. He's up against the wall, takes down the Colossus. Oh, stims in. Where are the Novas? Where are the Novas, man? Yo, the pickup micro on the Vikings. Let's go. Does lift. And what's keeping Clem alive here are the reinforcements. I don't know if you noticed, but we've been warping in back at home. There's no warpism and there's no proxy, so it takes so long for the gateway reinforcements to arrive. That's really slowing Hero down. Jesus. Once again, though, like he's throwing away a lot of his Novas. Has to be careful. Clem moving out. Hero down to 10. Colossus does fall. Nice pickup. Oh! Nice Novas. So take down some of the fire. Marines are coming from behind. But there are reinforcements. And Hero, instead of going for a counterattack, he will deny the northern base. And forces come to respond. I'm so surprised this planetary survived for so long. It's still alive. But for how much longer? Some rough splits there from Clem. This time the Novas, they shut down the main army. GG gets called as Clem is broken. And Hero ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Mate, you thought the supply nerf was gonna stop the mass disruptor? Nah, Pappy, let's go. GG, well played. Again, it was a very passive start, if you recall. Both players that were left to their own devices. I mean, shout out to herO, of course, for being as greedy as he was. Remember going into quadruple robo, getting a 5th expansion behind it. Again, both players that were just building up themselves. I will say that initially, Clem, he did overinvest into Vikings, if you recall. He had a bunch of, I want to say, like 10 Vikings. There were no Colossus initially there. It was mainly Disruptor base, so the Vikings were kind of dead supply. With that, we saw better trades from herO. And Clem was never really allowed to be active. He was never allowed to be aggressive on the map. herO, he had full map vision as well. He had pylons and spotter units everywhere as well to catch any kind of drop play. Clem was contained. And with that, GG. GG, well played. We're going all the way to Game 5. We're going to the ace match. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of El Dorado, we have the French Terran player, the Blue Terran, the favorite player to win the tournament, by the way, the reigning world champion. But he's being forced to the ace match. Can he bring it back? For Team Liquid, it is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Weibo Gaming. Bringing it back here. Things were looking dire. He was down 2-0, by the way, but he's brought us to the ace match, and he's opening up with a proxy. It is herO. Let's go. Let us go. I see in chat, Disruptor's more powerful than Storm. They both have their own role as he delays the racks. Oh my god. That was like, what, 250 mineral racks? Jesus. herO, calm down. I mean, that is significant. The Rax is going to be delayed. Proxy gateway on the way for herO. We'll see if he can pull this off. We shall see. But again, Storm and Disruptors, they have their own roles. When it comes to PvT, there's a reason why you see one or sometimes the other, depending on the matchup, depending on the game state. Storm does anti-air damage, Disruptors do not. High Templar, they're vulnerable to EMPs. Disruptors, they aren't vulnerable to EMPs, which is why you see a lot of Disruptors in the mid-game. But Storms also have a little bit more micro potential. You can also reactively warp them in back at home. Like, it's just, you know, they have their own role, they have their own place. Different situations, different scenarios. I mean, hey, we saw a herO make use of Storm previously in the series, on Amygdala, for example. But in the mid to later game, you do heavily rely on Disruptors more than anything because the higher ghost count, typically. For now, though, we're settling in. And again, we have our initial proxy. herO, he mines through the minerals. Okay. Has access to the Zelnaga. Setting up the Cybercore back at home. Not committing here. Previously, we saw Proxy 2 gate. It's just the one here for herO, so not too aggressive, not too committed. And I'm sure he was hoping to punish a more economic build, but it's double gas. Double gas into a faster factory. This Proxy can't really achieve too much. He was hoping for a CC on the low ground is what I'm getting at. He was hoping for a more economic opener out of Clem. Oh, he's coming in for the Reaper, though. Up! Oh my god, Reaper does fall. Nice pickoff. Reaper goes down. Here he has map control. He has control of the low ground. Dips into the main. Hoping to get an SCV. For now, just denying mining time. Forcing repairs. So not bad damage. Not bad at all. Clem micro as well. Pulls away all the weakened workers. And the Marines have arrived. Second depth does come in though. herO, can he knock down that wall? Cyclone's halfway done. Oh, he wants an SCV. Doesn't get it. SCVs, they do survive. And Clem holds. Clem does hold on. Behind this, we have a 2-gate setup here as well. herO, he's not stopping. Now, with this 3-gate opener, herO, he should be warping in. He should be reinforcing. herO, he mines through the gold minerals. Interesting, setting up for the triangular third. But basically, herO, he is delaying and foregoing tech. Like, there's no Robo, there's no Stargate, there's no Twilight Council, there's no Blink in favor of just extra gateways, extra Stalkers. Yeah, going for that triangular third. Does continue to warp in. He's moving out. And we'll see if he can once again take control of the natural. Back at home, what is it to defend? He's got soon to be 2 Cyclones. Catch the Marines! Yeah, massive catch. Clem getting caught with his pants down. Marines are going down. Massive pickups, no bunker on the high ground, and he wants those Cyclones. Clem is in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble here. Cyclones have a lot of potential, don't get me wrong, but there's no buffer, there's no support. That was how many? That was 6 Marines going down for 1 Zealot. And Clem has to pull back. herO forcing his way in. Boys are being pulled. 1 Stalker goes down, takes down the Sentry as well. Not bad. Clem is holding on. Cyclone's under fire. There is a medevac. He can micro back. Ooh, Stalker does fall. And Clem holds. Whew. Clem does hold, only losing 3 SCVs. That could have been so much worse. But Clem, he's holding. He's surviving. herO just keeps reinforcing. Moving in. He's hoping to catch a Cyclone. So far unable to. As the tank is on the way, and when the tank arrives, Clem should be fine. Like, there's no answer to the tank here. There's no blink. There's no warp prism. Whew. Now, on the flip side, herO, he does maintain map control somewhat with this gateway, with this map presence, and also he's been able to rush into the 3rd. He's got his 3rd base behind this, and now we're taking up. Twilight Council's on the way, but again, this is going to be a delayed Blink Stalker. And yeah, herO, he was hoping for more damage. Gateway's going to be knocked down. Liberated into the main. And herO's army is just so immobile right now. Without Blink, it's going to be difficult to keep up. Not impossible, but difficult. Again, he was hoping for more economic damage. He only killed 3 SCVs. Still a very tense game state, and Clem has a lot of potential. Clem, he has scouted. He is aware of the 3rd. Doesn't really have enough to push out yet, but he's waiting for Stim. Waiting for Stim. Ooh, and that's going to be Charge instead. I like this. I do appreciate Charge more than Blink in this kind of game state. Basically, herO, he's assuming that Clem's going to push in. He's assuming that Clem's going to be aggressive. And when it comes to these more open fights, Charge also have a lot of potential to get on top of the tanks, get on top of the bio, be more efficient, and overwhelm. But Charge is only halfway done. And herO, he needs more time. Again, because of his build, his tech is just so late. Tanks are sieging up, shield battery gets depowered. And herO, he cannot save the base. He has to give up on it. The 3rd base is going to go down. Massive pickup. As herO, he abandons the base. Charge is almost done, but he still needs more time. And he's not going to save it. Nexus goes down. And Clem just has to back off. He just backs off. Charge is now done, but Clem, he doesn't stick around. He gets the hell out of there. Pulls out. herO looking for any stray units. Doesn't find anything. 3rd base being rebuilt. And Clem is getting his own 3rd. His own 3rd is on the way. Clem from here is getting ahead economically. Typically, the Protoss player wants to be up a base, at least up a base. And now I would say the bases are more in favor of Clem. Soon to be the economy as well. Now this is not impossible to come back from, but the pressure is now on herO. It's on herO to shut down the drop play, harass across the map. I mean, that's what the Zealot run-by is for. herO getting ready to dive into the 3rd. Once it gets taken. Has to be careful not to be too premature, though, as Zealots, they run into the main army. And now Clem knows. Yeah, he's going to shut them down. Brutal losses for herO. 3rd base not being taken. herO rushing into his 4th. Does need his 4th base. Clem is now gaining map control, moving out. This time he has his upgrades. He has Stim, Combat Shields, Concussive Shell, +1. He's spotted. Spotted by the pylon. Hero trying to rotate. Coming in from behind, he gets caught out. Stalker does fall. Clem is pushing his way in. And can hero engage? Not quite like this. We have more reinforcements on the way. Tanks are sieging. Decent force fields. Not bad. Yeah, catching out the army. Master Jungle Bio goes down. Nice save towards the end from Clem. And Clem, he backs off. He backs off. That was a better fight for hero. Clem pulling away. Getting his 4th base. And taking up. Yeah, Clem, he backs off. Now we have the armory in production. Ghost Academy as well. Extra gases. Clem respecting hero's position. And going for the Doom Drop. As he drops, hero, he will take control of the Zanagi. He will spot this. Hero, he's aware. Getting in position. He's ready for the drops. And hopefully Clem doesn't boost in. I mean, he knows he got scattered. Like, Clem, he knows that hero knows. So Clem, he shouldn't just dive in. Hopefully. Yeah, he's holding onto his boost. He scans. He boosts in. Does commit. It does unload in time. Or does he? To get the warp in from hero. Diving on the tanks. Tank is going to go down. And Clem will at least trade with the army. Yeah, catching out all these stalkers. Better trade for Clem. Main army's moving in and hero is being pulled apart. Just being torn apart here. Shows the mine shots. Brutal connections. Zealots, they just evaporate immediately. Zealots go down. Hero down to a handful of Colossus. Meanwhile, the drop of the main actually won the fight. Again, Clem, he was able to unload. Hero, he was late to respond. There's a recall. And Clem, he has done it. He has just broken hero. I mean, it was a rough start. Again, with the initial proxy, hero, he was hoping for more damage. And it was close. It was a really intense fight at the natural, but Clem, he got his triple cyclone. They're still alive, by the way. These are the same 3 cyclones from the start of the game. Oh no! Taking a lot of hits. And he ace-stims in. He stims. He wins. He takes down 1 Colossus, the other as well. Barely escapes. Barely doesn't escape. Clem is going in for the kill, going for the 4th. Likewise, dropping back into the main base as well. Just pulling hero apart. Hero just cannot keep up. Not anymore. Gets off the EMP. Collapses on the Colossus. GG gets called, and Clem, he will take the series 3-2, becoming this week's WardiTV Monday champion. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Clem as hero. He almost pulled off a crazy reverse sweep. Remember, Clem, he was up 2-0. He was up 2-0 in this series, and hero, he brought it back in game 3. He brought it back in game 4. He forced the ace match. Impressive play there out of hero. Unfortunately, he gambled a little bit here coming into the ace match, if you recall. Hero, I'm sure he was hoping for a more economic opener out of Clem. Last Clem, he played it safe. Despite that, hero, he was getting damage done. Don't get me wrong. Remember, he caught out the Marines. He caught out 6 Marines out in the open, outside of the natural, but he didn't catch the Cyclones. And Cyclones have so much micro potential as well, with their lock-ons, with their movement, of course, as well. And Clem, he was able to hold the line, he was able to snipe the sentry, and GG. GG, well played. GG, well played. In the end, Clem, he does survive the aggression, does survive, does defend, and from there he gained a lead. Remember, to be that aggressive hero, he did forego his tech, his Twilight Council, and his charge, his blink. Everything was delayed because of that 3-gate opener, and it wasn't quite worth it in the end. Wasn't quite worth it. That's why hero couldn't save his 3rd. Once the 3rd went down, it was all uphill for Clem, or downhill for hero. It's all downhill. Aye, aye, aye. With that, GG. GG, well played, congratulations, and hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all did enjoy yourselves. If you want some more StarCraft, if you are not satiated, there's some more StarCraft on the horizon. I believe the Monday night weekly is going to be starting up in 47 minutes. That is the more European-focused weekly tournaments. So if you want some more Clem, if you want some more MaxPax, if you want some more SKillous, then do check that tournament out. That's usually covered by Steadfast, Rotterdam, sometimes Zombie Grub as well. Again, big shout to TKL. TKL, he is the organizer of the Monday Night Weeklies. So, yeah, without him, we wouldn't have any European weeklies. So, big shout out to TKL, as the French community has been organizing and hosting those events on a regular basis. Big shout out. And who's signed up at the moment here? We have Trigger. Oh, let's go. We have Trigger. We have Milky Cow. Kior has signed up. herO. Yo, we could even see a rematch between herO and Clem. Or I would say keep an eye out for potentially a rematch between SKillous and MaxPax. Again, as a reminder, SKillous, he popped off in the PvPs. He took on Showtime and MaxPax today in this tournament. And he might face off against them again in the Monday Night Weekly as well. It's possible. Looking at the signups, we have Mana. Who else do we have? Mana, MaxPax, SKillous. Yeah, I see SKillous. I could be blind. I don't see Showtime. I don't see Showtime in that bracket yet, but it can be quite taxing and quite like stamina draining to play in multiple tournaments back to back. We'll see if Showtime signs up as well. But yeah, look forward to it. Do look forward to it. We typically don't cast the European weeklies here. The reason for that, as you can imagine, if you didn't know, I'm based in Australia. I'm here in Australia, the land of Oz. It is 3 a.m. It is 3 a.m. in the morning, so I usually sleep here, and then I wake up in time for the Pigasaur Monday, which is the NA weekly. So here on the CranKy Ducklings, on a weekly basis, we cover the Korean weekly, or the WardiTV Monday, and then we cover the NA weekly, which is the Pigasaur Monday. Those are the ones that we typically cover, and we usually miss out on the European weekly instead. But yeah, if you enjoyed the broadcast, if you want some more StarCraft, then do check us out, ! Socials in the chat, and you'll get a link to all of our social medias. We have Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Discord, Mastodon, Blue Sky, TikTok, all things CranKy Ducklings. We're all over the place. And if you are curious as to our next broadcast, bam, we have our weekly schedule. Again, we do cast more StarCraft than anyone else here on the channel. We're live almost 2 times a day, every single day. You may be looking here. We do have some free days off, kind of. Coming into February, I did want to at least have one afternoon off, at least. That's my New Year's resolution, because we have no days off typically here on the CranKy Ducklings. I think we had 2 days off in December. We had like 1 day off in January. We do a lot of casting. So we just wrapped up with the WardiTV Monday. Tomorrow we're going to be live with the Pigasaur Monday. Tomorrow afternoon, Tuesday, that is a day that we're going to be just streaming on our personal channels, like ladder sessions or some Final Fantasy. Wednesday, we have the OSC Season 12 Championship alongside the podcast. If you're curious, what is the podcast? That is our weekly talk show where we go over all the results of the week, all the tournament results in StarCraft 2, and any news as well. Like last week, we did have a discussion going over Chobra's interview. Chobra had an interview with Zombie Grub, and there was a lot to discuss, talking about the Korean scene, talking about Kesper, talking about the previous state of the game, and yeah, it was just really in depth. I think we spent like 2 hours talking about the interview. I think the interview was like 45 minutes. We had a lot to talk about. But yeah, we have the podcast on a weekly basis. We have the Lily Cup. Lily Cup is going to be on Thursday. We are going to be the main English cast for that event. And we have the OSC King of the Hill 200 on Friday. That is going to be a special edition of OSC. And fun fact, initially we were going to be casting half of the event, and then we were going to raid someone else. But the other community caster is unavailable. So we're going to be doing 30 best of ones. 30 best of ones on Friday. That's going to be a crazy King of the Hill, a special 200th edition broadcast, so look forward to that. We have the replay cast of Euthermal's 2v2 tournament, which we did admin over the weekend. We have the KSL over the weekend. We have Fire Grow Cup, Sparkling Tuna Cup, plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft to come. If you see something you like, and if you cannot watch it live, then check us out on YouTube. We upload on YouTube on a daily basis. We have a lot of content, we upload like 10 plus like casts a day on YouTube every single day. It's a lot of content, a lot of StarCraft. Do check it out if you're interested, as there's plenty there on YouTube. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. Again, if you want to check out the Monday Night Weekly, the European Weekly, then do check out some of the other language casters, or again, check out, I believe, Rotterdam, Steadfast, or Zombie Grub. I think they're the main 3 English casters. Sometimes you get like Chicken Man or Dave Testa. Sometimes you get some of the other community casters getting involved. But I believe more regularly it's Roddy, Steadfast, and Zombie Grub for the European weeklies. So do check them out. Otherwise we're done. Oh my god, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Vicious 480. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. We do appreciate it. Do appreciate the support. Again, hope you enjoy the emotes and hope you enjoy the replay packs, which we do give out on Discord to our subscribers. Again, just to reiterate, we don't have permission to give out replays of this event, so we don't give out WardiTV Monday replays, but we give replays of Little League Cup, of the OC events, of our tournaments, Fire Grow Cup as well. Of most events here, we do give out replays, just not of the WardiTV Monday. And we also don't give out replays for KSL, because KSL, they have their own replay system where they have their own Patreon and they give out replays to their patrons. So no for KSL or Wardy. Just catching up. How can I watch StarCraft without this beautiful face? Ah, este pecoeta. Calm down, Bobby, calm down. Ay, ay, ay. Catching up. Still going 2-3 against Clem is good showing, but herO, I mean, yeah, I mean herO, he's, you know, arguably the best or one of the best Protoss players in the world. You know, at least top 2 alongside MaxPax. With very strong players, very strong. Like Clem, he might be the best player in the world, but you have players like, you know, your herO, your MaxPax, your SKillous, your Raynor that can threaten him 100%. 100%. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. Again, stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Who is live at the moment? Who is live? Who can we send everyone over to? Let's quickly have a look. Also, I do apologize for the stream intermittently going down throughout the broadcast. I will look into that. It's a little bit out of our control. Like, it's not like I was lagging in game or anything. It's just our connection to Twitch. Just the Sydney Twitch server, so I'll most likely just be streaming to Japan from now on. I don't like typically the Japanese server is more stable for whatever reason, so we'll be doing that from here on forward. Meanwhile, Sal is still sleeping. Sal is asleep. Who else is live? I know Rotterdam is going to be casting soon. We have Mr. Sadsack. Steadfast isn't live yet. We'll find someone. We'll find someone to send everyone over to. I know Gabe is streaming as well. Otherwise, see you guys next time. See you guys next time again. We'll be live in how many hours? In 8 hours, in around 8 hours time with some more StarCraft. So we'll see you then. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao, hasta luego. Oh, right. Also, if you want to support us, you can do so via Patreon. Our Patreon is set up to fund our tournaments. You can see currently we do earn 372 out of 400 USD a month. We're so close to our next goal. Our next goal is to boost the prize pool for our tournaments. For our tournaments like these ones here. We have Sea Duckling Open, Master Swan Open, and Sparkling Tuna Cup as well. We do host these events on a regular basis. And again, they're all funded by the community for the community. So thank you so much to all the patrons that we currently have. Thank you. Thank you. Without you, these events will not be possible, so do appreciate it. And again, if you wanted to take part, if you want to help support them, you can do so via the Patreon. Otherwise, we'll see you guys tomorrow for some more StarCraft action. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.